handed to our Senate
I will no
President.
longer.
And because there's
pursue
only
these
one
questions, Mr.
majority
President.
leader at this time, Mr. President.
Yeah,
Ano, may mga deputy pa pala.
may mga deputy. But please proceed, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished colleague, this year, 2023, we started 2023 with a bang. But unfortunately, sa halip na liwanag at saya na dapat sineselebrate natin yung New Year, Mr. President, kadiliman at stress yung sumalubong sa ating mga kababayan dun sa naiya noong bagong taon. Malapit na po ulit matapos yung taon ngayong 2023, kaya gusto nating malaman sana, Ginoong Pangulo, kung ano po yung plano ng DOTR upang maiwasan yung mga ganitong pangyayari. Napakalaki po nung economic cost ng power outage at malaking dagok din ito sa reputation ng ating bansa, lalo na po sa larangan ng turismo. Bukod pa po dito, walang katumbas siyempre, Mr. President, na salapi ang dulot na stress at pangamba sa ating mga kababayan. Which means, Mr. President, distinguished colleague, yung power outage in NAIA did not just happen once, Mr. President. It happened again in May 1, Labor Day. In June, nangyari ulit. And these are just reported incidents, Mr. President, distinguished colleague. Hindi pa na-report yung iba na nabanggit ng mga nakaraang hearings. Mr. President, during the hearings on NAIA power outages, we discussed its privatization as a possible solution to this problem. Ilang administrasyon na rin po yung pinag-uusapan ng NAIA privatization. 2014, nung una po nating marinig ito, inaaral po natin yung sa PPP Center, if I recall. In 2018, we got promising proposals, but the ball was dropped again, Mr. President. In September this year, sabi po, merong in-announce ang DOTR that magkakaroon ng deadline for submission, Mr. President, of bids for NAIA privatization. Tapos na-move na naman, Mr. President, from September, naging, if I recall, naging November, tapos ngayon, December 27 na daw po. And that announcement of winners will be done by the first quarter of 2024. So, Mr. President, to date, there are already 8 bidders. I remember, Mr. President, your airport, Mr. President, since I became a member of this August chamber, I have been hearing of your airport. I'm sorry, Mr. President, for the record, na highly disappointed ang ating leader ng Senado sapagkat 2016, nung marinig ko po yun, Ginoong Pangulo, and I was informed, I was looking at several airports in our country, and unfortunately, Mr. President, talagang glaring yung nangyayari doon sa airport sa Bukidnon, kung saan galing tinubuang lupa ng ating leader ng Senado, Senate President Mig Zubiri. 9 bidders po yung nandun, March 2023 pa. 6 months na po, Ginoong Pangulo, ngunit wala pa rin na-awardan. Dito po, sa airport natin, 8 bidders na, Ginoong Pangulo. So, ang sa akin lang po, Mr. President, distinguished colleague, yung deadline namumove unto a later date. And because of that, people are speculating. And you cannot blame them. Meron bang hinihintay ang ating departamento? Ano po ba yung polisiya natin sa bidding, Ginoong Pangulo? Pagdating po sa mga ganitong tinatawag na urgent and priority projects, hindi po ba dapat pag sinabing priority, meron po tayong sense of urgency? Hindi po ba, Mr. President, hindi na po ako magpapaligoy-ligoy pa. Ito ho, 7-8 taon ko nang naririnig po sa inyo, yung sa airport po ninyo. E di how much more, Mr. President, yung ibang airport na kung sino-sino yung nagpupush at alam din nating priority. E kayo nga ho, yung airport nyo, meron na pong 8 bidders. Ang deadline was set since March 2023. E di lalo pa itong nandito po sa Metro Manila na kung saan lahat po tayo naghihintay ng kasagutan. So again, Mr. President, this is just one issue that I'd like to raise. It appears na parang may hinihintay yung ating departamento. Sino ho ba ang in charge nito? Ihintayin ba natin na pumuti lahat ang buhok natin dito bago mag-move itong priority projects na ito? Mr. President, is this a normal practice of the department to move the deadline when there are already bidders? So dito, 9 na bidders na. Doon sa Bukidnon, 9 bidders na sa Bukidnon. Dito, 8 bidders na. Hihintayin ba natin maka-20 bago tayo mag-proceed? Ito ho ba ay normal? Ano po yung hinihintay ng ating department to finally award dun sa winners? Why can't we just proceed dito sa mga deadlines na sineset ng ating departments? Otherwise, Mr. President, ito ay magiging malaking questionabling proyekto para sa ating mga kababayan. So I hope that we can get the right answers and clear answers, Mr. President. Otherwise, talagang ganun pala talaga, business as usual pa rin.
Actually,
Sorry,
dahil
Mr. President.
binanggit mo, uminit ang ulo ko. Usually, hindi ako, alam niyo naman ako, I'm Mr. Cool, hindi ako nagagalit. Pero, since binanggit mo na, sasabihin ko na rin, I actually had a meeting with the Secretary. Secretary is a good friend of mine. We're very close and nag-meeting kami kanina. Hindi ko na nga binanggit yung airport secretary. I discussed with him other issues. Hindi ko na binanggit yung airport ko kasi akala ko tapos na na-award na. Kasi yung usapan namin 2 months ago, in my office also, na-award na, i-award na. Sabi ko, huwag kayo mag-alala. Sen, i-award na. Let's put this in proper perspective so that the minority leader, the majority leader know about this. Since March, natapos na yung bidding. Okay, they're not waiting to bid. They have already bidded. Tapos na. Binuksan na lahat ng envelopes. Nalaman na yung mga bids. Okay. Siyempre, meron naman yan post-qualification. And we understand what post-qualification is kasi baka naman nag-dive at hindi naman sapat yung pondo para matapos yung project. Makikita naman nila kung sino yung nagda-dive ng ganun. Okay po yan. Pero ang sabi ko nga sa kanila, I don't care who wins as long as it is awarded and we can finally finish the project because this is the last phase of the Bukidnon Airport which I've been pushing since 2016, Mr. Secretary. Nandito ba yung CAAP? May I ask the CAAP people to stand up, please? All the CAAP people to stand up. Yes, is that DG Tamayo? DG Tamayo is there? Wala. Why is he abroad? Why is DG Tamayo abroad? Isn't the head of agency supposed to be here during the public hearings of your budget? Madam Sponsor, may I know why DG Tamayo is not
Well,
here?
he's supposedly on vacation right now in the US.
Oh, really? Should we also put their budget on vacation or their
I
approval
know,
of
I
the...
mean, it's...
How convenient that my dear friend DG
Hindi
Tamayo
dapat
is not here.
pinapaalis yung head of agencies pag...
There is a rule within the senators that if the head of agencies are not here, their budgets are deferred to a later date. May we ask the sponsor who other agencies are not here? heads
Mr.
of
President, I
agencies?
think malakas yung loob nila kasi wala silang subsidy eh. CAAP has their own funds from...
Baka ma-defer yung buong budget ng DOTR niyan. Pagkaganyan.
I'm not thinking twice, Mr. President. I can formally move right now, Mr. President.
Maybe you can hold that motion.
Because, Mr. President, that is unacceptable.
Oh.
They will give us the reasoning that they are on vacation during budget season.
Anyway, allow me to finish my train of thought, my majority leader, on this particular issue. Is it proper that it would take so long to award a bidding or a bidder of this contract? That happened last administration, the tail end of the Duterte administration. I raised hell with then Secretary Tugade. Alam po ni Attorney Dan yan. Alam na mga USEC niya yun. Sino yung mga USEC nung panahon nito sa Secretary Tugade? Si the young guys. Si Bobby Lim was there. No, Bobby Lim was late, was not there during the latter part. Si Dan Jun ba? Sino yung Dan Jun, nandyan. Then yung isa kasama mo, yung kanina, sa office ko, yung matangkad, yung mistiso. Nawala, he was here. I was so mad, I was so upset with that right away. They awarded the contract to the bidder. Ganun din nangyari. Binuksan lahat. Mr. Minority Floor Leader, your top-notch lawyer. Binuksan na lahat. Ang tagal. Ano ibig sabihin po niyan? Diba there's ease of doing business ka kasi yung ease of doing business, pag tinagalan mo yung transaction at yung request or requirement or whatever, nagkakaroon ng transaction. Eh tama-tama, bukas pa naman yung budget ng Office of the Ombudsman. Ombudsman Martires. Now my point is, that is irregular as far as I'm concerned. I don't care who is going to win. This is not only for my airport. Apparently, this is a phenomenon to, nandyan din si Senator Legarda sa airport na sa Antique na aswang na lang po ang, hindi na, I take that back. Pero yung wala nang lumilipad doon sa kanya. Yes, Senator
May I
Legarda
be
is recognized.
recognized? Yes, may I be recognized, Mr. Yes. May I?
Yes, you're recognized. Please
Yes.
proceed.
Thank you. No, I commiserate with the Senate President on the delay of the airport because you raised it, yes. All of us have problems with the DOTR, particularly the very slow and ineffective implementation of projects. Because if I may, Mr. President, remind you, I was still on my third term. And as chair of the Committee on Finance, I knew the need for an airport in Bukidnon because by land from Cagayan de Oro Airport, it took you 3-4 hours
Yes.
to Bukidnon. And so we put the first tranche of your
600
airport
million you put
Yes,
there. And I thank
yes.
you for that.
on my first year as chairman of finance.
Yes.
Naka 7 years na po, hindi pa rin tapos yung sa inyo. At ganun din sa Antique, alam naman to ni Secretary Bautista, I always call him. The delay, I think that was pre-pandemic yet. And now they're texting me details on, suddenly there are details now, Engineer Eduardo Mangalili, thank you sir, Engineer Art Baderas, they're texting my staff on the completion of key buildings, but so thank you. It's not the fault perhaps of the two engineers who I mentioned, I'm just reading the report of my staff, but this has taken so long, 2016 I think as well,
Yes.
the same time. I don't understand why it takes so long. We demand that the DOTR explain to us so that we can explain to our constituency and the Filipino people the delay in the implementation of projects which are completely funded, obligated, allocated by Congress, and it takes 6, 7, 8 years and still not complete. Madam Chair, it is not an affront to you as defender of the budget. But I think we owe it to the Filipino people because pag kami po humaharap sa mga tao sa lokal, titignan nila, ba't ang bagal naman? Subiri project? Parang Maligarda project. They may think.
SP na yan, ha? I'm
Yes,
Senate
Senate
President, House
President
Majority
pro tempore.
Leader, and House Senate
Yes.
President. Hindi ko na ilusot.
But of course, all of us know we have nothing to do as lawmakers with the implementation of the project. So I also want to understand why it takes 5, 6, 7, or 8 years for an airport to be built and still not complete up to this point. Then I received a text message on an update that the Antique Airport, however small, will not be operational until the third quarter na naman of 2024. When I was Congresswoman in 2019, they said in 2020, patapos na. Now they find a convenient reason and they say it is because of the pandemic. Tapos na ang pandemic, ganun pa rin. Now December or the third quarter of 2024. So what do we tell the people? But there must be a reason why we in government tolerate such delays. So yun po ang gusto ko malaman. So I second the manifestation of the Majority Leader and the Senate President on the explanation of this very important department of government that is in charge of ports and airports and transportation and all of that to explain to us so that we may also communicate that to the people who are waiting for such services. So thank you. I know I didn't have the floor, but I was quietly and patiently listening, and I was not going to put it on record because, to be fair, Secretary Bautista is trying his best, and it was not all the while during his term. He's a very kind man. I feel his frustration. I know it can be exhausting sometimes, but we owe it to our people to explain. At ako po, nandito ako since 1998. Ang palagi pong problema, sa maraming problema sa gobyerno, isa na yan sa pinakamalaki. Hindi lang po ngayon, Mr. President. Dati pa, DOTR. Hanggang sa sa unang administrasyon, mga airport na naglaan ng pondo, hindi ko nababanggitin kung sino ang secretary noon at inong administrasyon, sabihin nila baka blaming, tapos hindi na natatayo yung mga regional airports. Eh bakit ganun? Hindi sa walang pera, hindi sa walang need. Naglagay ng pera kasi na-vet, kasi may pangangailangan. Hindi lang na itatayo. May problemang malaki.
Okay, thank you,
So,
Mr.
have-
President.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No, thank you. May I just continue, dear sponsor. Thank you very much, Madam Senate President Pro Tempore. And I apologize the use of the word aswang. And I'd like to withdraw that on the record. But it just shows our frustration. I was just very angry earlier. And we just need to be able to fast track these projects. So what are our commitments, Madam Sponsor, for these ongoing projects that are very important in nature? You know, the Bukidnon project is a gateway not only to Bukidnon, but to North Cotabato, to Llano del Sur through Wao, to Buda, Davao City. Alam ni Senator Coco yan, central yan. Tignan mo yung mapa ng Mindanao, yung Bukidnon nasa gitna. Nasa sentro yung Davao, yung Don Carlos. And as a matter of fact, ang Lagindingan Airport, when they did a survey, about 40% of the passengers come from that particular area. So it can be a hub for the center of Mindanao, central Mindanao. Kaya, Madam Sponsor, ano ba talaga mangyayari dyan? Once and for all, kailan po nila i-award yan, tapos na yung bidding, please don't tell me there will be a failure of bid because I'm really going to blow my top. We've been waiting for 6 months. Can they be awarded as soon as possible time? Wala akong pakialam kung sino manalo dyan. Basta may
Yes.
panalong na tapat at yung efficient, effective contractor that will be able to do the work of the completion of the airport. This is the terminal. We have no airport without the terminal. Pwede ko lagyan ng bahay kubo dyan. Ako nagagastos. Pero yung terminal, kailangan natin dyan.
Mr. President, there are 3 distinct questions here. Number 1, NAIA. Number 2, Bukidnon. And number 3, Antique. Okay.
Yes.
So let me take it up one by one. When it comes to the NAIA one, according to DOTR, there are two bidders have requested that the bid submission date be moved 1 month from December 27 to January. Requests are from foreign prospective bidders who are saying that considering the magnitude and scope of the project, they will need additional time to do due diligence, secure approvals. And then, however, as chairperson of the Public Services Committee, I would rather not see any deadlines moved. Because it's been moved so many times. Why are we accommodating these particular 2? Wag naman natin sa hayaang ma-postpone hanggang hindi na naman ito matuloy. Kasi eventually, mas mata-turn off yung mga magpa-participate. Bakit yung mga nakapag-submit na, nagawa nila, samantalang ito, iintayin pa natin. So, December 27. So apparently they're not moving anymore the deadline. It's already December 27, Mr. Bobby Lim? Okay, yes, okay.
So, Mr. President, if I may, because I raised that question, you are not moving the deadline anymore, Mr. President. Is that the correct answer that we are getting from the department?
Sir, they're sticking to the original
Sticking to
deadline.
the original.
Oh, kasi kung hin-
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for asking that, Majority Leader. In fact,
Because I-
they're not just liable to the legislative branch, but to their own executive branch because the President already said, bilisan na natin ito.
Yes, and just to point out, Mr. President, I think it's a matter of policy. And that's why I'm asking and raising this particular question, because it's a matter of policy. We cannot have a policy na pwede all of a sudden we just move deadlines, Mr. President, considering na meron ng mga nag-bids, parang ine-extend natin, it gives a wrong perception that we are waiting for someone else to come in, Mr. President. So I just wanted to raise that and put that on record na it will no longer be moved and we will proceed with the deadline set by the department.
Yes, I agree because we don't want changing goalposts in the middle of the game. That's exactly, we want diba, predictability also. So anyway, going back to the Bukidnon Airport, apparently Secretary Jimmy already spoke to our Senate President and they committed to award it within this month. So that should take care of that. I think there were some misunderstanding there. I think there's still some clarifications to be made with regards to the Antique Airport. I would like to request our pro temp to just take it up individually with our secretary. I think there's some concerns, maybe a local concern that can be resolved.
On the Bukidnon Airport, Madam Sponsor, what date are you looking at? Kasi narinig ko na yan, end of the month, 2 weeks from now. I've been hearing that for the last 6 months. So, what date? Kasi the budget is until first week of December. So, pwede natin, di ba? Ano ba, Sec, ano bang ano natin? Ano bang pwede? Kasi na-bid out na, tapos na bid out na yan. It's just a matter of awarding. So, you're looking at 6 months of post-qualification. Magkano bang Office of the Secretary na budget, Madam Sponsor? Madam Sponsor, magkano ang Office of the Secretary budget?
171.8 billion.
That's for what use? For what is that? To be utilized for? Personal services, capital outlay, what is?
Office of the Secretary, 140 lang. Meron rail, ang total 170. For the Office of the Secretary, ang kasama, rail, roads, and maritime.
Hindi, sa office lang niya.
Yung office lang mismo.
Sa office lang ni Secretary. Secretary, magkaliwaan tayo. Pag hindi na-release yun, lipat namin sa Coast Guard yung pondo mo as CIF. Pwede.
Wala talagang breakdown na ganun, kaya nag-yes si Secretary. Hindi natin nakikita yung breakdown.
I'm just kidding, Secretary. You know my frustration, Sec. You know, I just want the President to finally inaugurate it. That was a campaign promise in 2022. It's now may campaign promise in 2025. So please don't make it the campaign promise for 2028 because hindi bang presidente na mag-turn over niyan? No, that was a campaign that was ano pa? No, that was my campaign promise. So, yun lang, Secretary. So, when can we, you mentioned earlier, November, was it November 15 or 2 weeks from now? Sabi ng attorney mo, Attorney Dan, ano bang pwede natin ibigay dyan? Para for the record. Let's put it on the record.
As I can hear, Mr. President, the Secretary saying end of the month.
End of the month.
No, what day end of the month? Kasi APPF tayo dyan.
End of the month 2023, Mr. President. Not
End of the month.
2023.
Which month? This month. So end of November.
November this year, 2023.
Seka, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God? Do you want to put that on record? We will suspend rules with the permission of the minority leader. He agrees. Session that rules are suspended. May we hear the answer of the good secretary when that will be finally awarded the last phase of the Bukidnon project. Madam Sponsor, we suspended the rules. You can allow the secretary to sit down for a few minutes
Okay, yeah,
to
take your time.
give his commitment.
Your Honor, November 30,
November 30, of which year, Your Honor?
2023.
2023. So maraming salamat, Secretary. We hear that loud and clear. So,
Tapos na po.
Madam Sponsor, you're recognized. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. I'm doing this not only for my constituents, but for the rest of Central Mindanao. Matagal na po ito, and this is only, not only for this project, but for all projects, Mr. Secretary, I suggest you review the policies for that because nagkakaroon po na tayo ng black eye. Meron akong project for Camiguin to expand the Camiguin Airport because I'm looking out for my region. This Camiguin Airport expansion, with due respect to the DOTR, I'm going to ask the DPWH, who's the next agency, to be the one to implement it. Asensya na lang po.
And,
Yes, Senator, with the permission of the sponsor.
Just
Senator
because
Quezon.
I feel your pain. November 30 is a holiday, so they'll award on a holiday.
Tama,
Bonifacio Day.
Bonifacio Day. Well, with the honor before November 30 naman siguro yan.
Sir,
Thank you,
Miss-
thank you. Yes, sir, Madam Sponsor.
yeah, Mr. President, there's no need actually for you to remind us that it's just a very local concern. In fact, connectability in the Philippines is really important to also boost our revenue, tourism, diba, and even local travel. Okay,
That's correct, Madam Sponsor, because our plan sana is to expand the Camiguin Air, because I'm looking out for my region as Senator Joel is also looking out for his region. The others here are looking out for the regions. Imagine you can fly to Bukidnon on a Thursday and then proceed by land to Camiguin Island, enjoy the beautiful Camiguin Island on the weekend, and then fly home to Manila from Camiguin Island. That's the whole idea. Alam ni Yusek Lim yan because he used to be with tourism. Diba? That's the best interconnectability of all these areas. Interoperability, interconnectability. So that's the reason why we're doing it. It's not for personal concerns. It's for tourism to come in, more investment opportunities. I remember when the good sponsor went to campaign in Bukidnon, what did she tell me? Ang layo ng probinsya mo, Migs. Remember, he told me that. Ang haba-haba ng biyahe namin. So, buti sa eleksyon lang ako nakakabisita. So, she told me that. But you know, that's true because if you're coming in pa from Laguindingan, it's a 4-hour travel to Maramag, my hometown, 4 hours. And 2.5 hours to Malaybalay. Kasi mas malayo na yung airport from Lumbia. Kaya, sana maawa naman po kayo sa mga tao na nakatira doon sa mga lugar na yun. It's about time we have an airport as well that is functioning. So yun lamang po. Thank you, Secretary. Maraming salamat. Buhay po kayo. And to the members of the CAAP, thank you.
Mr. President, before we recognize the Deputy Majority Leader, do you want me now to move that we lift the
Yes, yes, may you move and I approve it.
yeah, to lift the rules, Mr. President, the suspension of the rules so that we can go back to our
Yes, regular programming.
regular deliberation of the budget.
Yes.
So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Yes, Mr. President.
And I'd like to thank the minority floor leader for allowing me to do so. Yes.
Yes, Mr. President, now that we are all talking about the airports, I remember also a few years ago when I was the one defending the DOTR that we also added, we put up some funds for the Davao Oriental Airport in Mati. That's very important, Mr. President, because that area, Davao Oriental, Davao de Oro, or Comval before, Surigao del Sur, it takes about 3.5 hours from Davao City. And those areas are very nice tourism areas, Your Honor. And we, from what I remember, we already allotted funds for the development of the expansion of Mati Airport. So I would like to also request the DOTR to put this also on the program because I think this will greatly help the tourism and the economic development of that region, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you
President.
very much.
Mr. President, I'm happy to say to our Vice Chair of the Committee on Public Services that there's about 100 million pesos that's allotted for the development of the Mati Airport. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. May runway na po siya? May runway na po siya, no? Meron na.
Wala pa.
Wala pa?
Mr. President, there is an existing runway, but it needs to be expanded so it can accommodate bigger aircraft, Your Honor.
Okay.
So it's just a runway extension.
Makada. For
and,
Jet App.
terminal.
So, Majority Floor Leader?
Mr. President, to continue with these interpellations, the minority leader just mentioned to this representation that he will only ask two more bureaus, Mr. President, the Philippine Coast Guard and the what's the other one?
Marina.
And the Marina, Mr. President, to continue his interpellations because he will be asking questions also to the Department of Energy and the DPWH.
Yes.
I move that the minority leader be recognized, Mr. President.
The distinguished Minority Floor Leaders recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. But with the development with CAAP, allow me to insert a few questions for CAAP. About the presence of the heads muna, is the head of the Philippine National Railways here with us?
Walang pakialam.
President.
Who is the head, Secretary? Regino.
Regino.
Jeremy Regino.
Yeah, he wasn't feeling well, so... Tama ba yan?
Walang runway.
Nag-CR. Nandito na siya. Kumain.
Okay.
PNR.
Sige po. So they're all here except the CAAP head, and the reason is that they're not asking for any hindi to subsidy, but is this a subsidy? When CAAP asks for a budget, is that a subsidy or a regular programmed appropriation?
Hindi, yung mga siya.
Can you explain CAAP's nature to us?
It's a POCC.
Okay, so it's a okay, the answer.
Sila pakialam.
The answer is it's a subsidy. So for this year, 2023, we gave CAAP 100 million in subsidy. 2023 GAA, tama?
Yes, Mr. President.
So for 2024, it's not asking for any subsidy. So
It's not, but it's asking for support for the upgrade of their CNS ATM, their communications navigating surveillance and the air traffic management system. So in short, kung may malasakit yung head, siguro dapat nandito. Di ba? Kasi equipment nila yun eh. Pero what they're saying is, I guess for their operations, they don't really need subsidy from the government.
but saan po nakalodge yun? Yung amount for those equipment.
That's the OTR kasi naka-lodge yun.
It's in the
The department itself. Not,
is that capital outlay?
yes.
Kasi
capital
durable, ano
outlay.
yun eh. So capital outlay in the DOTR budget. Okay, capital outlay. Okay. But who bids it out? In the procurement of that equipment, who bids it out?
DOTR.
DOTR, not CAAP. Okay. Sige po, so may we know the sources of revenue of CAAP?
The sources of revenue is actually from the commercial flights, the takeoff and landing, and then the airport concession fees, passenger fees, and air navigation charges.
Did
So marami
CAAP
silang
submit,
sources.
did CAAP submit its corporate operating budget to the committee or to the subcommittee for 2024?
The corporate operating budgets for 2024 have not been approved yet, has not been approved by the board.
Okay, can we ask, when is it expected to be approved by the board?
November 22.
Sige. So can I just make parang our standing request that as soon as the corporate operating budget of the CAAP is approved, that it should be submitted to the subcommittee and to the rest of the senators so that we can take a look at it. Kasi in lieu of, wala sila sa GAA. So we can take a look at their corporate operating budget.
Yeah, yes, Mr. President, I will make that request. I request.
Can we relay it to our head? So that, who's the head of CAAP?
Yeah, DG Tamayo.
So if we can just relay it to DG Tamayo, that we are requesting that. So, okay, Mr. President, so thank you for that. Marina, the committee increased the budget of Marina by 100 million. May we know why, Mr. President?
Mr. President, there are a lot of Marina has to comply with the international maritime standards for accreditation. They have to upgrade also.
Yung nabangga. Ano ba yung plano ng,
For the ILO commitments, Mr. President. And then,
ano kaya? Ano yung nabangga?
PCG for our international.
Yung binanggo ng Marshall Islands. Marshall Islands.
PCR for our international.
ba't wala ba ito lang sa paper?
Flexibility. Pero yun yung short answer.
Bigyan mo sa akin. It is basically so that we can comply with our agreements for the ILO, the international conventions for seafarers. As you know, recently we were actually at a scare that we have not complied, but part of it is conducting.
Ito lang yung tatlong convention.
So the EMSA, the ILO, and STCW. So ano to, mga training of what?
Standard retention.
I know the international conventions, but I
Sino yung nabangga na Pilipino?
know, but then what? You're training our sailors, what?
Teka, sige.
Mr. President, I am told that it's to upgrade their computer system in the issuance of their maritime seafarers identifications. It's also for the enhanced monitoring of the different maritime schools and also in the continuing education and retraining for the compliance of the international standard requirements by the EMSA, the ILO, and the STCW.
Sige. And that all those will cost us 100 million, Mr. President.
Sino ba in charge din?
Marina is a recipient of confidential funds.
Yes, but then for their confidential funds, it's actually been 600,000 was retained from the NEP. The initial NEP
Yes.
we just retained the 600,000.
How do we justify that, Mr. President? If we if we apply the joint circular, Marina, civilian agency, so you could only be entitled to confidential fund, but it should be because you conduct surveillance activities for your operations of the mandate of your agency. So is that justifiable?
It's for the surveillance of shipping companies, operators, maritime education, and training institutions. The confidential fund is necessary for the conduct of delicate and confidential surveillance activities. This is critical in ensuring that they're operating in accordance with existing laws. MARINA is also in receipt of complaints against MARINA accredited entities as well as employees of the agency on allegations of corruption. So investigations of which should remain confidential to ensure gathering of sufficient and relevant evidence. Entrapment operations, conduct of entrapment operations in coordination with the NBI or the PNP to support the result of surveillance investigations. I mean, I know it's still an amount not to be, taken for granted, but it's only it's about 600,000 pesos. So,
I'm not focused on the amount, Mr. President. I'm focused on the concept.
well,
If conceptually we can accept it. Kasi kung lahat may corruption, di lahat hingi talaga ng confidential fund. Kung may corruption dito sa agency ko, I will. So, is Marina willing to waive the 600,000 confidential fund? Gusto niyo pa ba maging controversial na ahensya ng gobyerno for the amount of 600,000? Alam niyo naman civilian agency kayo na hindi naman kayo dapat mag-surveillance ng mga maritime schools. Ba't di niyo na lang kausapin officially? Ano bang problema? Why can you not officially communicate with the institutions under your jurisdiction?
Mr. President, kasi ganito, may mga schools na they claim to have, to conduct classes, of course, so that they'll graduate competent seafarers. Pero actually, parang ghost classes lang ito. Hindi nag-a-attend yung iba. So, what Marina is actually doing is they're sending employees out to these schools to enroll. They actually have to pay for the tuition fees so that those will observe how those classes are being conducted if they are actually up to standard. Yun yung sinasabi nila ngayon. Of course, I will always yield to the wisdom of the majority if they feel that Marina should not have to include this in their confidential fund or their intelligence fund and just include this in
Who's the
their
head of
regular
Marina, Mr. President?
Attorney Fabian.
Attorney Fabian. Yeah, don't you want to be cooperative and keep away from the controversy involving confidential funds, 600,000 po ito, which we are, in my opinion, we are granting to an agency not even qualified, even under that joint circular that we are using, Mr. President. So, binibigyan ko lang na first crack actually yung agency to say that we are waiving it and we don't want it. So,
Yes,
that's
they are.
the first crack. But if they insist, then siguro we will just have to make a policy decision, Mr. President.
Mr. President, they already waived it.
Congratulations,
So, yeah.
sir. A good example. Yeah. Thank you.
Good example, Attorney.
Good example. Thank you very much.
Okay, so-
We are not after the amount. It's the principle that we're after. Abogado pala, so kumpanyero natin yan. Alam niya, he knows what we're talking about, Mr. President. So, okay. Marina, meron lang akong phoned-in question kasi. Yung may collision tayo, yung Dirin and Marshall Islands registered vessel. Do we have programs how to assist the victims, the Filipino victims or the Philippine registered ships? Are you familiar with that incident, sir? Anong petsa yun? October 2, 2023, in an area beyond the Scarborough Shoal, may tinamaan po dun si MV Dirin ng isang princess.
I know that they're already investigating this together with Singapore, di ba? Can you clarify again what area, Mr. President?
It's beyond our territorial waters. It's beyond Scarborough Shoal. Yeah, within our EEZ, if I am not mistaken. Pero actually,
So we are actually the Coast Guard.
As regards the claims that we have, the
Pacific Ana, hindi pala Princess.
specific size of them are how we pay for compensation.
Tayo magko-compensate?
I know, ma'am, the ship owners compensate the fisher.
Sino ba yung ship owner?
For it,
So where are we filing the case?
right now, ma'am, we're still in the investigation in this part.
Last na lang, Davao at saka
Mr. President, kasi it wasn't in our territory.
PCG.
It's beyond the Philippine territory under international law. It's in our exclusive economic.
Mr. President, right now, they were, the victims or the family of the victims were referred to the Department of Justice so that they can be able to be granted some compensation for what happened. But at the moment, it's still being studied what route to take because it is beyond our territory, but it is within our exclusive economic zone.
The victims are Filipinos.
Yes,
So
Mr.
I think, so MARINA does not have a program to help in these kinds of situations.
No, because it
Okay.
more like Coast
Yes.
Guard nga is the one that.
Okay lang, just to clarify, basta the answer is this is not within their jurisdiction. Opo, is the Davao International Airport Authority here? It's asking for, are we hearing that also right now? The Davao International Airport Authority? Meron yata siyang,
The general manager of the Davao Airport Authority is not present, Mr. President. But if it's a general question on the airports and the status of
No.
the,
it is receiving budgetary support to the tune of 121 million pesos. Yes, yun na nga.
they are requesting a budgetary request because when the Davao International Airport board was convened,
Hindi pa po nakukonfirm wala pa. Kaya kaapat po ang suspend, kaapat rin po na po.
hindi pa pala nakaka-appoint sa Davao Airport Authority. So wala pa mga board members. So CAAP pa rin yung gumagastos sa kanila. So yeah.
So the request was made not by the board, but who made the request? We have a 121 million budgetary support appropriation.
It's the interim general manager.
Kasi for the longest time, Davao International Airport Authority has not been asking for budgetary support. Parang first time yata to in a long while so ang question is what happened? What has happened? What is it for?
Kita naman sila doon. Nata-turn over lahat. Okay.
Yes, pero nakonvene lang siya.
Okay, since there's no airport authority yet, yung board, everything that's being earned by the Davao International Airport reverts back to CAAP.
Opo, ngayon,
And so now they're asking,
equity contributions lang daw. Equity ko.
they're asking for equity contributions.
Equity?
Pero since ma'am, hindi pa po sa airport authority, matulang po kami for kapoy po muna yung revenue. So we maintain them hanggat wala pa po silang working board.
This is for the report system maintenance program.
Okay. In the National Expenditure Program for 2024, the amount of 121 million is proposed to cover the national government's contribution to the capital of the Davao International Airport Authority pursuant to Section 9 of RA 11457. This amount is intended for the airport system maintenance program, which marks the first budget for the recently established corporation under the General Appropriations Act. Kasi bago lang pala itong GOCC na to. So ngayon lang na napondohan dahil they just really Hindi pa nga sila nagko-convene, di ba?
Okay, so bago pala ito. So I was on the wrong impression na matagal na po yung airport authority existing. So, but the airport has been there for a long time. So that was under CAAP. Okay, so thank you for that. And
So noon CAAP ang nagbibigay.
okay,
Ngayon,
we changed the governance. The governance of the airport. That's in short, that's what we did. So thank you for educating us, Mr. President. That explains it. So. Okay na. May transition. So, Mr. President, my last topic for the DOTR family would be the saving the best for the last. Siguro nahulaan na nung the men in blue kung sino yung tinutukoy natin ng the best in the DOTR family, Mr. President. Okay, so we gave them, I think we also increased their budget, Mr. President, by 1.35 billion pesos in our committee report. If we could just give the reasons why we increased their budget by 1.35.
yes, Mr. President, first we'd like to introduce to you the new commandant of
Okay.
the Philippine Coast Guard. We have Admiral Ronnie Gavan. He's
Gavan.
here.
Okay.
He's replaced
Abu.
Abu, right. Mr. President, just to give you a summary of why we increased the budget, they spent about, just for fuel, about 500 million.
Ships and increase in personnel.
Pero itong
500 million, di ba?
600 million. Very quick.
Mr. President, just to maintain our ships and our boats, we spend about 500 million pesos a month on fuel alone. Okay? Tama, per month? I'm sorry, 1.7 billion for fuel alone. Okay, yun na yung ginagasta natin.
A month?
A year.
A year. Okay.
Not to mention, when we had a meeting with the Coast Guard, we found out that a lot of their ships are inoperable because they're not being maintained. Wala silang pera for maintenance. The recommendation is they should be maintained every month and then dry dock at least twice in 5 years. Yung overhaul ng inspection. So, actually, the Senate gave the most increase in their budget given the scenario that we have right now in the West Philippine Sea. Sila yung ating first line of defense doon. Eh kung wala namang gasolina para patakbuhin yung mga barko nila, walang mangyayari. Hindi tayo makaka-inspect.
Yes, actually, recent events have shown us the importance of the Philippine Coast Guard. So, West Philippine Sea, nung pandemic, kayo rin, anong ginawa ninyo? Kayo nagtao sa mga airport yata, at saka and then every day, bago payagang, maglayag ang mga barko, the Philippine Coast Guard is there to also, do you give the clearance for the trip?
The ship, Your Honor.
Inspect and give the clearance, siguro.
The ship owner certifies the ship operator certifies the
Yes, the Philippine Coast Guard certifies the seaworthiness of the vessel
Is
and
the-
also checks for the certificate of what yung mga ano ang tawag doon, captain certificate ba yan? Oh, okay, mga safe departure checks. Lahat yan, bawat mga port,
Yes.
meron talagang Coast Guard.
And that's every day, every trip.
Every single
Are
trip.
you involved in every trip, every day?
They,
Philippine Coast Guard.
yeah, they have to get a clearance from
Tama?
them.
Tama yan, di ba?
Tama.
Ganun. So that's why, ganun nga kayo ka-critical. Sa kada port natin, kada coastal area natin, andyan si Coast Guard, and then all the way to the West Philippine Sea. And then, I think even the Philippine Rice, if I'm not mistaken, Admiral. So I agree, Mr. President, with the focus on the Philippine Coast Guard. So, and I think they have earned the trust that we are placing on them, Mr. President, with their track record. Meron lang tayong konting sablay. Is the head admiral? Are you called the admiral? The admiral. Yes, sir, Mr. Admiral Gavan. Meron tayong mga COA findings. Just please address them. Hindi ko na lang isa-isahin siguro to. Nagugulat lang ako because there's a finding here na it is about your relationship with Petron. Can we describe what is this relationship with Petron, Mr. President?
Binibigay sa inyo, pero kailangan ng bilang
Okay na.
in kind sa kotse.
Machines that we need, motorcycle.
So meaning, if you buy gas from them, you get points.
Yes.
Okay. So parang, actually it's a business arrangement, no? A capitalist arrangement. In order for this company to win the contract or the loyalty, let's say, of a particular government agency, they give rebates. You can't blame them, di ba? If they, wala naman tayong sinespecify na you're supposed to buy it from this. Pero may mga bidding yan, di ba? Dapat. So, they won the bidding, right? Pero ang nangyayari, if you go to this particular fuel provider, after you go a certain number of times, you get rebates. So nagbibigay sila ng sasakyan, nagbibigay sila ng motorsiklo, in exchange for your loyalty.
Doesn't COA have any opinion on such an arrangement?
Hindi naman because they've won the bidding process. They supply it at an amount that we have approved.
The rebates are considered donations
Donation ba yan?
to the agency?
Contractor. Kaya nanalo sila ng bid.
Not necessarily.
Ano yan? Ano yan?
Findings from the plan especially dates, we could have been purchased with OP authority because all the details are purchased, DBM authority rather. Since the rebate ko tumagaan.
Yeah, explain sa
Okay.
Tinilist na lang nila. Tapos comply nila po.
Okay. So the vehicle, as an initiative of the command to comply with the requirements and recommendations of the auditing body, the PCG returned the Toyota Land Cruiser Prado to Petron Corporation and subsequently received it from the vehicle supplier. On August 4, 2023, the amount initially allocated for the acquisition of the Land Cruiser Prado was reverted to the PCG accounts as rebates in the amount of 4,999,000. As of 31 August 23, the Land Cruiser has been successfully delisted from the PCG books of accounts by CGASO. So basically kasi the finding of COA nga, hindi pwedeng mga rebate na ganon. They have to be able to get the approval of DBM to acquire it. So ang ginawa na lang ng dahil nga disallowed yon in a way, they returned it na lang. And then the money was rebated. Yeah, given to
So under a rebate system, PCG has in effect some additional sources of revenue. We can put it that way. Cash, additional cash yun. Is that cash?
The company produced things that we.
parang points lang, kunyari ang nilabas mo lang talaga 10,000 pesos pero pag bumili ka let's say sa isang department store, yung 10,000 pesos mo na yon will be equivalent to another let's say 100 points. You can buy something, you have that to use it to acquire from the same place, let's say fuel. You have an extra, let's say 100 pesos out of the 10,000 that you spent.
So thank you for that explanation. Medyo pipicture ko na yung what is the relationship. Pero Admiral, ang gusto ko lang sabihin, ano po kayo eh, you are a trusted government agency. Now is the time to tell us what you need, what you want. Makikinig ang Kongreso sa iyo and most likely will grant it eh. Okay? So, huwag na tayo dumaan sa ganun. Sayang na nagkaroon pa tayo ng finding doon. Sana wala na sana tayong pinag-uusapan. So, okay, let's just be careful because let's not, in any way taint the very positive image of the Coast Guard right now. Okay? Demanding kayo sa past, may mga memory din ako na medyo may mga insidenteng hindi maganda. So, kung pwede wag na tayong mabalik dun sa ganung panahon. So, we wish you all the best. Basta, mark my word, minority ako. I'm telling you, kung anong majority gustong tulungan ka, pati minority andito po ready to help the Philippine Coast Guard. Take advantage of this fact. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to our sponsor for her patience and perseverance and endurance also. And the Secretary, thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you.
Yung advice ko na lang sa iyo, sir, medyo masyado kayo mabait eh. Kailangan konting bagsik sa departamento nyo, Secretary. Salamat po and we wish you also all the best, Secretary.
Thank you to our minority leader. Next to ask or to interpolate is Senator Risa Ontiveros, our Deputy Minority Leader.
Teka, 1 minute suspension, please.
Session suspended. Assume for the continuation of the budget hearing of the OTR, the sponsor recognized and likewise to interpolate is our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Rizzo Tiveros.
Salamat, Mr. President, at magandang gabi sa good sponsor. As I told the good sponsor, in the interest of time, yung mga tanong ko sa DOTR, which originally were 13, then I compressed into 7, kinompress ko sa 3 na lang kasi 3 paksa. So I'll ask the questions per topic in a batch para sa yung lahat ng pagsagot ng good sponsor, and then any longer responses I would just simply request in writing. And then yung mga tanong ko sa Philippine Coast Guard, 7 siya, pero na-compress ko lang sa 6, pero simpleng point lang naman. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. President, good sponsor. Is the PCG commanding, the Admiral still here?
He just took a health break.
Yes. All right. Thank you, good sponsor. All right. If I may proceed first with the DOTR. So yung unang paksa ko po, yung preventing a possible December transport strike. So jeep drivers or operators and the PUV modernization. The DOTR Secretary recently announced that there will be an additional 120,000 pesos subsidy for transport cooperatives that will take out loans for modern jeeps. This will be on top of a 160,000 subsidy that has previously been promised. So ito po yung mga tanong ko dito, Mr. President, good sponsor. Will this be enough to render cooperatives bankable as they try to acquire modern jeepney fleets? Is there an analytical study vetted perhaps by the DBP and the Land Bank that can be shared with the Senate at doon din sa PUV modernization stakeholders? Pwede po bang magkaroon ng kopya ang Senado? At noong 160,000 pesos pa lamang ang subsidy, may mga pagtatansya na 50 to 60 billion pesos ang kailangan upang lahat ay mabigyan nitong subsidy. Pero ngayong nag-anunsyo ang Secretary na 280,000 pesos na ang subsidy, kakailangan po siguro ng hindi kukulangin sa 80 billion pesos para sa PUVM subsidy. May sapat po ba na budget para dito para sa 2024 o para sa mga susunod na taon ang DOTR? O meron po kayang multi-year obligation authority na aprobado ng DBM para dito? At yung huling tanong ko, good sponsor, tungkol dito sa PUV modernization ay dahil may naisip akong panukala, pang special provision, Madam Sponsor, na pwede siguro nating ilagay at ipilot ng DOTR. At ito yung, dahil malaki din naman itong dagdag na subsidy, hayaan kaya natin ang DBP at Land Bank na sila ang magsabi kung ilang bagong sasakyan at sa aling ruta ang sa tansya nila ay pwede nila ngayong bigyan ng pautang nang hindi naman malulugi ang bangko. So yun po yung mga tanong ko, Mr. President, good sponsor, kaugnay ng PUV modernization.
Ang Land Bank and JJP, sila naman po yung nag-beneficiary ng Auxiliary Bank. We submit to them, pero ang basis din is so,
Wala pa kayo na.
marami na po na meron na tayo na sa
9% pa lang yun.
yung pong meron po tayo sa banks na in process. Kaya lang hindi pa nila nabibigyan.
Mr. President, if I may be candid about this is the reason why we have given them a zero budget. Because for the route LPTRP, which is the route rationalization, napakababa pa ng porsyento ng sinubmit nila sa atin. Okay, so the condition of a bank, especially the Land Bank and the DBP, is before they release the loan amount, the drivers have to present a valid route, approved route rationalization plan for them. Wala pa nga yun, hindi pa nabibigay ng DOTR sa lahat. Mababa yung percentage. Pero ang sinasabi naman nila sa akin ngayon is they need the initial budget now so that they can encourage more drivers to join the cooperatives.
Yes.
Okay, now, let me just differentiate. In the modernization process, what the secretary is telling us, the deadline for December is not necessarily the phase out of the PUV or the jeepneys. It's just a deadline for them to consolidate and join a cooperative. So, not to belittle the different organizations that would like to strike, because in fact that is their right to strike. We've seen that it's true that there are already a lot of cooperatives that were formed, that whenever there's a threat of a strike, we're not really totally paralyzed, as in the past. Now, that shouldn't be the only reason why we will not hear the sentiments of all the members of the sector of the public utility vehicles. There is really a valid reason why they feel there's injustice. That's why this chairman is also being careful not to release, not to approve or recommend the budget unless we get a firm commitment from the DOTR that they will really take care also and transition to a just and humane PUV modernization.
Yes. So, is it possible, Mr. President, good sponsor, na ano kaya mag one more pitch for the year ang DBP at Land Bank? Meron kaya silang analytical study that would show na, pero kino-confirm po ba, Mr. President, ang good sponsor na sinabi ng DOTR Secretary na tataasan po sana yung subsidy?
Yes, from 210 to 280,000.
Yes.
Now, Mr. President, in fact, the Land Bank and DBP will grant the loan as long as there's a route ration, the LTPRT,
Okay.
the LPTRP, as long as they have that. So now we are actually we are pushing the DOTR to release it already. But they said that it's in conjunction with the local government units before they can submit. Yung mga ibang LGU hindi pa nakaka-comply. Kaya hindi pa sila nakakapagbigay sa lahat.
Opo, Mr. President, good sponsor, at parang nade-deja vu ako ngayon dahil pinag-usapan din po natin ito nung budget plenary nung nakaraang taon na ang kahirapan naman ng ibang mga transport co-ops ay halimbawa kung hindi nila kasundo yung chair ng Committee on Transportation dun sa local government unit nila. So just to try to push this one more time in this topic, ano kaya kung pati yung pag-generate ng LTPRP somehow ay kung papayag yung dalawang bangko, ang DBP at ang Land Bank ay somehow in partnership sa LGU, sila ang magge-generate nun. Dahil dun sa naisip ko pong panukala na pang special provision na pwedeng ipilot ng DOTR ay yung dalawang bangko ang magsasabi kung ilang bagong sasakyan at sa aling ruta sila dadaan. At ito ay magiging laman, ilan sa mga elementong laman ng LTPRP. Ano ito pong tingin ng department?
I think hindi pwedeng mag-determine ang Land Bank or DBP and approve it kasi that's not naman their core competence. Sila lang is if they will be able to recoup the money that they release in terms of the loan. So I think maybe it's even better to request Land Bank and DBP, mag-release na lang kayo, basta nag-consolidate na sa co-op, kahit wala pang LTPRP. Diba?
Opo.
Mag-release na lang sila. Although, wala naman kasi yan sa powers ng DOTR to compel Land Bank or DBP. So maybe, Mr. President, our colleague here is right also to ask, maybe we should meet with Land Bank and DBP. Diba?
Yes, good
So there's
sponsor.
no
May panahon pa
stalemate
bago
of-
Disyembre. bago
Kasi,
matapos ang
kasi
Disyembre.
nga, yung ibang LGU hindi pa nakaka-comply.
Yes.
So wala talagang marerelease ang DOTR na route rationalization plan in a certain area. Mag-release na muna basta nasa kooperatiba na yung legitimate recognized cooperative, yung mga drivers na yon.
Mr. President, ako po'y nagpapasalamat at nagpupugay sa good sponsor for, proactively thinking aloud about this idea with this representation and being open to provide the leadership for this one more try within the year 2023 bago mag-Disyembre, bago posibleng magkaroon ng transport strike, bago magpasko, and to really give this quite good idea of PUV modernization one more push. And siguro po, Mr. President, isubmit ko po sa good sponsor in writing yung last element pa po dito sa ideyang ito. Pasensya, hindi ko po nasabi agad in the effort to compress the questioning ay ang gobyerno na muna ang magmay-ari nung mga jeep. And then para matest lang ng mga transport co-ops, viable pala ito. And then mas may konfiyansa sila to take out the loans from the banks, pwedeng on a lease to own. Pero i-detalye ko po, Mr. President, I'll submit it to the good sponsor in writing in time for the meeting that she may call with the two banks at yung iba pang stakeholders dito, lalo na yung ating mga jeepney drivers and operators. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you
para
to our colleague for her interest in not just legislating but providing solutions also, administrative solutions.
Salamat po, good sponsor, Mr. President. Pangalawang paksa po para sa DOTR, service contracting. Isa na namang walang kamatayang paksa natin mula pa nung pandemya. So, I understand that you proposed a 2024 Tier 2 budget for service contracting to the DBM, but it was rejected. Ano pong kakailanganin para yung service contracting ay maging bahagi ng Tier 1 kapag nag-propose naman ng budget early next year? So ito po ay pagkatapos ng budget call ni Presidente para nasa 2025. Pero anong kakailanganin? Legislation ba? At kailangan pa ba yun? Di ba yung service contracting bahagi na ng Philippine Development Plan? Good sponsor, Mr. President.
To date, the department, the OTR, through the planning office, closely coordinates with the Interagency Technical Committee of the NEDA for the inclusion to the PDP as it is identified as one of the priority activities next year. So target timeline for the NEDA board is approval for it in the first quarter of 2024. So for 2024, we proposed 1.3 billion as committee amendment to fund the service contracting program. Actually, zero siya, di ba? Zero. Pero the Senate, we approved it. This doesn't only work here in our country. Kahit naman sa mga countries like Singapore, meron sila talagang mga subsidies na ganito. So PUV contracting is about 1 billion 225 1.2 billion. So sa public utility jeeps, 1.117 billion. Sa utility vehicle express contracting, 107 million. And then monitoring expenses, 75 million. So 1.3 billion total.
Opo. And that would take it to the level of a Tier 2 pa rin o Tier 1 na po na programa or PAP?
Tier 1.
Tier 1. Well, maraming salamat muli, good sponsor,
That's
Mr.
a
President.
committee amendment.
Opo, I understand. But still, salamat pa rin for taking up the leadership on this. At kapag kasi makarry po ito sa budget para sa 2024, then it will make the point na hindi na kailangan ng legislation. Well, anyway, yung budget po ay isa sa pinaka-importanting mga batas na pinapasa naman natin taon-taon. And it will make concrete yung pagiging bahagi ng PDP ng service contracting. So, salamat muli para doon, good sponsor, Mr. President. At para sa huling paksa ko, para sa DOTR, tungkol sa LGUs at mga road routes papunta at sa palibot ng mga train stations. Ang DOTR po ba ay mayroon pa ring Convergence program para sa mga kalsada kasama ng DPWH. Halimbawa sa mga kalsada nga na nasa palibot ng mga upcoming train stations or papunta doon. Magkano po ba ang ni-request ng DOTR para sa Convergence program na ito sa DPWH at anong porsyento ng mga requests ng DPWH ay anong percentage ng requests ng DOTR ang in-accommodate ng DPWH? May master plan po ba para sa pag-layout at pagpinansya ng ganitong mga kalsada papunta at sa palibot ng mga stations para yung access sa stations ay namumultiply at para mas maraming pasahero. At ang gobyerno, hindi na niya kailangang i-subsidize yung future rail operations sa pamamagitan ng pag-utang. At huli, dito sa huling paksa ko rin, anong magagawa ng DOTR kung hindi ipaprioritize ng DPWH ang mga kalsadang ito? Good sponsor, Mr. President.
Meron pong programa na tinatawag na Katuparan. Kudos to the one who thought of this acronym. Talagang pinilit eh. Katuparan, kalsada, tungo sa paliparan, rails, and daungan.
Hindi masyadong pilit, Madam Good Sponsor. Pwede na po.
So, nag-isip na to, no? Sana ganyan din kasigasig yung mga nag-iisip ng mga acronym no? It's a convergence program between DOTR, DPWH, wherein DPWH develops road projects to connect to DOTR airport, railway, and port projects. Note, however, that construction of roads leading to upcoming train stations is within the ambit of the DPWH. So as of February 2022, meeting with DPWH, the implementation of Katuparan was announced to be developed from DPWH to the LGUs following the Bandanas ruling. So they presented that no projects will be requested after 2023. So parang yung nangyayari ngayon dito, dahil nga sa Mandanas ruling, sabi ng DPWH, o di kayo na yan kung gusto ninyong maging maayos dun sa lugar ninyo. Kaya siguro in some areas, di ba, meron yung, I think in Cavite, di ba yung kaibigan? Anyway, parang nagiging local initiative.
Kaya siguro, Good Sponsor, Mr. President, may impormasyon ako na yung Katuparan Convergence Budget is the smallest compared to DPWH Convergence with other agencies like the Departments of Tourism or Agriculture. Baka kailangan natin kumbinsihin ng DPWH, bigyan ng mas mataas na prioridad at budget considering kung gaano ka importante yung hindi lamang isa kundi several modes of transportation at yung mga networks nun para sa pagpapaunlad ng ating bansa. Magkano yes,
Mr.
Madam.
President, just to add to that,
Opo.
I understand the sentiments of our colleague. However, DOTR is not really in the business of constructing roads. This is really something that should be taken up with the DPWH. On the other hand, like the DOTR, what they are trying to do in terms, kasi it has to be a moving vehicle, either land, sea, or air. They have provided, for example, the MRT from the airport connectivity of the Metro Manila subway was actually expanded to be able to reach NAIA. So yan meron connection doon. That's a DOTR initiative because it's within their mandate and their purview. But the concern of our colleague here, Mr. President, I think it really should be pressed upon the DPWH to consider it.
Okay. Well taken. Good sponsor, Mr. President. I wasn't planning to interpolate the DPWH, so maybe I'll just add it to I'll just offer it to the minority leader when he interpellates the DPWH. So with that, and unless the good sponsor would like to ask the department to submit more in writing on my three topics, that's all I have by way of questions for the DOTR. So dako na lang po ako sa mga huling tanong ko sa Philippine Coast Guard. So the Philippine Coast Guard is facing a very difficult challenge from the Chinese Navy, Coast Guard, and maritime militia in the West Philippine Sea. Even just the Chinese Coast Guard alone overmatches almost every navy in the world. So ano pong force levels at structure ang kailangan ng PCG para i-counter yung Chinese government's peacetime use of force in the West Philippine Sea? At paano sinusuportahan ng next year's budget yung layuning ito? Ang PCG po ba nakapag-develop ng roadmap o plano para i-modernize at i-enhance yung capabilities niya? Good sponsor, Mr. President.
On the first question, how if we have a roadmap, we are currently there is a roadmap in harmony with that of the department. So we can come up with proposals. The force structure, we have to have at least and it will interfere with that with that. We can transition seamlessly.
And do you add something? Okay, I will answer. Actually, for the one question,
Opo.
they are developing a roadmap together with the military, but they haven't really produced one yet. When's the deadline?
It's a work in progress.
Kailan ang deadline?
The
It's really a work on progress. I mean, we're actually late in the game, but at least they're doing it now. But number two, how are we able to maintain the security in that area? As I mentioned, we increased the budget of the Philippine Coast Guard. This is the initiative of the Senate because they need about the total budget of the Philippine Coast Guard is 27 billion. We increased that because of their about 100 something million a month on fuel alone.
Yes.
And then they also need 600 million for the total of, they also need for repairs. I don't know. 563 million for dry docking repair of PCG vessels, 600 million for fuel requirement of PCG vessels. That these are supplementals pa. So actually yung amendment na binigay ng Senate, magkano? 1.3 billion additional.
Thank you, a good sponsor, Mr. President. It's good to hear that indeed PCG is developing a roadmap in cooperation with the Armed Forces of the Philippines na meron ng sarili nilang AFP modernization program. And I suppose yung force levels at structure ay mapapaloob doon. And so we are well-minded year on year na masuportahan yung mga layunin nung roadmap na yon every year sa pamamagitan din ng budget.
Mr. President, I would like to add that right now we're all focused on the West Philippine Sea and defending our territory. But actually, the Coast Guard is also combating illegal fishing, piracy, terrorism, illegal drugs, smuggling, human trafficking activities in Philippine waters. So, in a way, kasi parang peacetime patrol sila eh. So, first line of defense natin sila ngayon.
Apo. Salamat, good sponsor, for that reminder na mas madalas naririnig ngayon ng mas maraming Pilipino mula sa Coast Guard na tama, urgent yung sa West Philippine Sea, pero actually, binabantayan din nila yung ating karagatan all over the archipelago at kaugnay ng iba't ibang ganitong mga issue na sinabi ng good sponsor. So, in relation to that, yung susunod kong tanong, what resources have been devoted to enhancing yung maritime domain awareness sa ating karagatan?
I'm sorry, the question. again.
Anong resources ang dinedevote ng Philippine Coast Guard sa pag-enhance ng tinatawag nilang maritime domain awareness sa ating mga karagatan?
Okay. They are requesting for an executive session to detail that. I think we understood. We don't want to spell out our line of action.
Very well taken, good sponsor, Mr. President. And looking forward to that executive session. So sa susunod kong tanong, the Chinese maritime militia has done irreparable damage to our coral reefs through poaching and participation in large-scale reclamation and island building. Pwede ba tayong at least mag-develop ng capability na i-disrupt yung mga activities ng Chinese government maritime militia? Kasama na po sa executive session. Good sponsor. Well, very well noted as well. Ito, well, kung kasama man sa executive session, pero i-put on record ko na lang at least yung tanong. The PCG is also developing an indigenous maritime surveillance UAV, the Dodeca Hybrid VTOL drone. Paano pwedeng masuportahan ng Kongreso ang pag-develop ng isang domestic defense industry in general at suportahan din yung improvement ng Dodeca drones capabilities in particular?
Mr. Ma'am, I'm not aware of that drone program. But if we are to be asked how the Congress can amend the procurement structure.
The Coast Guard's not really aware of that particular program that you mentioned, but just a suggestion for us to be able to compete and get these equipment that we need, maybe we should amend the procurement law.
Mhm. Noted, good sponsor. At sana complementary doon yung mas malawak pang pagpapaunlad ng domestic defense industry natin. Recently, the PCG has faced criticism from fellow Filipinos, but echoing Chinese propaganda online. Considering the increase of the allocation for the PCG's Intelligence Fund, may sapat na resources na ba ang PCG para mag-counter ng ganyang klaseng disinformation at saka influence operations na nag-undermine sa ating sovereign rights sa ating exclusive economic zone?
Mr. President, when it comes to online information, this is really something that we can take up with the DICT. That belongs to them. That's within their purview. Yung Coast Guard naman, doon lang sila sa karagatan eh. Hindi naman sila mga sa online.
Perhaps, good sponsor, Mr. President, although medyo effective din yung online engagement ng PCG, especially in the past months, and I think well appreciated ng ating publiko. So perhaps,
Hindi na po yun, hindi na yung confidential fund. That's
yes,
actually communication fund, di ba?
yes, it is. Sa labas po talaga ng confidential and intelligence funds ng Coast Guard. So perhaps, posibleng larangan ito ng partnership between PCG at yung ibang mga departments at agencies natin na engaged sa national sovereignty sa West Philippine Sea. Partnership nila at ng DICT. At sa huling tanong ko po, good sponsor, Mr. President, recently a Chinese research vessel was sighted in the area of Benam Rise. Concerns have been raised that this is basically a reconnaissance or surveillance mission. Paano o anong intensyon ng PCG, paano i-regulate yung ganyang klaseng research activity sa ating mga katubigan gamit yung budget na ibinigay sa kanya, considering na ang coastal state ay may jurisdiction sa maritime scientific research sa exclusive economic zone?
There are some items, some aspects. Be addressed by the expert. the other agencies.
What agency?
DFA, National So the PCG alone won't be enough, like, it should be an interagency.
The PCG alone cannot be enough to regulate. It should be an interagency council composed of the DFA, the National Security Council, at
National Coast Guard. So there's several agencies.
several agencies, not just the Coast Guard.
Salamat, good sponsor. Buo na po ba itong interagency council or imumungkahi pa ng PCG sa ibang agencies?
Okay, the National Task Force for the West Philippine Sea is already established.
Yeah.
But when it comes to the issue of the Benham Rice incident, it also covers that. But we're still awaiting their report on it. Wala naman. Ayan. So it's under the task force for the West Philippine Sea.
Okay, thank you very much. Good sponsor, Mr. President. So, yun lamang po yung aking mga tanong para sa PCG at saka sa DOTR. Inuulit ko publicly yung sinabi din ni Minority Leader, yung suporta po ng buong minorya, all two of us dito sa Senado para sa PCG at yung kanyang mahalagang gawain. At muli, pagpapasalamat, appreciation, pagpupugay sa good chair, good sponsor, sa leadership she's already taken on the service contracting and that she will further exercise on the PUV modernization. Maraming salamat po, good sponsor, at sa DOTR family, kasama ang PCG. Dagang salamat, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I'd like to thank our colleague from the minority, Senator Risa, for actually keeping it shorter, the interpellation, but very meaty nonetheless. And anytime it's her turn, we tend to calm down a little bit because of her very soothing voice and manner. So thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, we'd like to thank the Assistant Minority Floor Leader for compressing her 13 questions earlier. Thank you for that, ma'am. And I'd like to, before we end, I know that there are no more members who wish to ask questions on the DOTR. I'd just like to put on record, Madam Sponsor, that this representation and the leadership and all members of the Senate will be increasing the budget of the Coast Guard, the Philippine Coast Guard. I will not anymore mention the amounts and what it's for, but we've already discussed it in private. They will be very happy and pleasantly surprised with the outcome. We have one more colleague, Madam Pia. Senator Pia Cayetano.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, not an interpellation, just a statement. Just to remind DOTR that active mobility should be as equally important in all our plans. I'll just ask for an update of the record in the interest of moving forward. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Senator Pia. So, Majority Floor Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, and before I make that motion, let me just again state for the record our sincerest thanks and gratitude to our dear Secretary, Mr. President, who's been working very hard and he has our full support. Thank you, Secretary Bautista. With that, Mr. President, and there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate and consider the budget of the Department of Transportation, Office of the Secretary, Civil Aeronautics Board, Maritime Industry Authority, Office of the Transportation Cooperatives, Office for Transportation Security, Philippine Coast Guard, Toll Regulatory Board, Davao International Airport Authority, Light Rail Transit Authority, and Philippine National Railways to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
Yes, I'd like to reiterate also our thanks to Secretary Bautista. I know you have a flight tomorrow with the President, so we wish you good luck. I hope it will be a very successful trip to the U.S. for the APEC Summit. So with there being no other member who wishes to interpolate, no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, the budget of the Department of Transportation and all its attached agencies are deemed submitted. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we consider the budget of the Department of Public Works and Highways, and acknowledge the presence of its officials headed by the Secretary himself, Secretary Manuel Bonoan. And I move that we recognize the distinguished chairperson of the Senate Committee on Finance, Senator Sani Angara, to sponsor and to interpolate our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. I so move, Mr.
Yes,
President.
before I recognize the sponsor and the interpolator, our distinguished minority floor leader, we'd like to welcome to the Senate Secretary Manny Bonoan and his team, the DPWH team, together with all the USECs, ASECs, and regional directors. We'd like to recognize our sponsor, our distinguished colleague, Senator Sani Angara, and to interpolate our distinguished minority floor leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Thank you, Minority Leader. And good evening and good morning to our colleagues, Mr. President.
Hello.
The budget of the DPWH, for the record, in the committee report, Mr. President, is 822,892,746,000 pesos, for the record. Sports daw, tungkol sa sports.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning also to everyone, Mr. President. I'll make sure that we'll be able to greet everybody a good morning, Mr. President.
Inunahan na kita, Minority Leader.
I noticed that, Mr. President. Let's make it come true, Mr. President. Actually, itong COA reports on DPWH, kamukha rin sa COA reports sa DOTR, mga delayed, slippages. Marami din po ba tayong mga terminated or suspended? Kasi sa DOTR, marami dun eh. Maybe you know, Mr. President, coming from the department itself not to volunteer the information.
Aliging terminated or suspended. Each ones were terminated and suspended. So there are no projects. Your Honor, there are no projects which have been terminated or suspended as of yet. They're still all ongoing, according to the Secretary, Mr. President.
But of course, marami siguro tayong mga delayed at saka iba ba yung may slippages sa delayed? Iba po ba yun, technically speaking?
There were 300 billion worth of projects which were introduced in the GAA that were not part of the NEP, Your Honor. These were marked for later release in 2022, Your Honor. So this added several months to the process for implementation, Your Honor. So it resulted in some delay for the implementation of the projects.
Pakihanap pa yung DPWH.
I think this is why I remember in recent years tayo sa komite, hinihingi natin sa ating mga miyembro na i-validate yung mga projects at may magkaroon ng program of works that's prepared by the officials of the department, Your Honor. Kasi that will result in a smoother, more efficient implementation of projects, Your Honor. Kasi yung initial work ay nagawa na ho nila.
I noticed, Mr. President, that our committee report retained the amount of the GAB for the Office of the Secretary at 822.89 billion. What is the level of the NEP, Mr. President?
The NEP is 821 billion, 821.1 billion. Your
So a
Honor.
slight, so the gap just gave it a slight increase, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor.
If our committee knows,
Yes, there's a
The-
net increase of 1.786 billion for, there's 104 million for pre-feasibility study, 1.6 billion for asset preservation, 1.9 billion for network development, 9.6 for flood management, 39B for convergence and special support. And then on the minus side, there is a negative 2.6 for general administration support, negative 25 for right of way, negative 2 for payment of contractual obligations, negative 1.6 for bridge program, negative 5.9 for PPP strategic fund, negative 14 for foreign assisted projects, Your Honor.
magkano po sa foreign assisted? Negative
Negative 14, Your Honor.
B.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, kasi we're talking about, so in the House, there was a increase and decrease, and then the net effect would be a little over a billion on 1.7?
1.786,
1.7
Your
billion.
Honor.
So, but yung mga foreign assisted, what did we do with them, Mr. President? Did we move them down to the unprogrammed?
Not as of yet, Your Honor, but I remember in previous years we did that, Your Honor.
What's the plan, Mr. President?
I think that's probably the best solution, Your Honor, because at least that gives some hope of these projects being funded, Your Honor.
Sige. And I just caution the body, Mr. President, of the theory that I have developed that even Congress cannot increase the amount of the unprogrammed appropriations as proposed by the President, Mr. President. Because since we retain the amount of the programmed, and then we increase the amount of the unprogrammed, we are indirectly increasing the appropriation, because that's the word used in the Constitution, proposed by the executive for the operation of the government, Mr. President. So as much as possible, kung ano yung level ng unprogrammed appropriations proposed by the President, if we could stick to that level, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, our flood management, wait, Mr. President. The DPWH has 5 main programs: asset preservation, network development, the bridge program, flood management program, and then convergence and special support. Is that correct, Mr. President? Meron siya ng 5
Yes.
main programs.
Yes, Your Honor.
Magkano yung network development? Wala akong notes sa network. May we get the appropriated amounts on a per program basis, Mr. President?
For the asset preservation, Your Honor, it's 115 billion, 115.3 billion, approximately, rounding off. For network development program,
Nasagot ka, 115 na sagot.
it is 122.9 billion. For the bridge program, it is 25.9 billion. For the flood management program, it is 203.6 billion. For convergence and special support program, it is 213.5 billion, Your Honor.
Okay. So, thank you for that, Mr. President. So those are the amounts in our committee report.
Yes, Your Honor.
I surmise, yes. So comparing those with the NEP levels, the biggest increase or increases would be in the convergence and special support program and the flood management program. May we know, Mr. President, kasi in the convergence and special support program, 174 billion yung nasa NEP eh. So 213 yung committee report natin. So Ilan po yan? Mga 29B increase, Mr. President?
There's a 39.4
30?
billion increase made by the GAB, Your Honor,
29.
by the House in the GAB.
So what are the PAPs under the Convergence and Special Support Program, Mr. President?
Under the Conversion and Special Support Program, Your Honor, there is the rehabilitation of disaster-related infrastructure and other facilities. 1 billion. There's the construction improvement of access roads leading to airports, 921 million. These are rounding off, Mr. President, Your Honor. Construction improvement of access roads leading to seaports, 1.7 billion. Construction improvement of access roads leading to declared tourism destinations, 14.29 billion. Construction improvement of access roads leading to trades, industries, and economic zones, 10.04 billion. Construction rehabilitation of water supply, septage and sewerage, rainwater collection systems, 2.1 billion. Ano to? Construction improvement of various infrastructure in support of national security, or the TICAS program, 5.848 billion. Construction improvement of access road leading to railway stations, 58 million. Construction rehabilitation improvement of facilities for PWDs and elderly senior citizens, including gender-responsive facilities, 480 million. Special road fund motor vehicle users charge, 18.6 billion. Sustainable infrastructure project alleviating gaps, 74 billion. Access roads and/or bridges from national roads leading to major strategic public buildings and facilities, 38.8 billion. Access roads and bridges from the national roads connecting to indigenous people, IP communities, 326 million. Basic infrastructure program, 84.3 million, including access roads from the national roads leading to major strategic buildings, access roads connecting IP communities, interjurisdictional roads and bridges, coastal roads, causeways for conservation and environmental protection, flood mitigation, structures and facilities, Your Honor, among others.
Thank you, Mr. President. So you just gave us the description of the activities within the program. But how about the details, for example, the exact location of the activities included in the Convergence and Special Support Program? Where did these details come from, Mr. President?
They're located in the GAB also, the committee report, Your Honor. There's a listing, there are annexes.
May we know who suggested these specific places? Was it during the budget call? Identified na po yan sila?
Yes, that's correct. That's correct.
So, for example, if it's tourism destination, it was that where the specifics or the details, especially the locations, finalized in coordination with DOT? Ganun po ba yan?
That's correct.
That's the meaning? Okay, sige po. But this, itong special road fund po natin, motor vehicles charge, where the GAB made it 18.6 billion from the 15.2 of the NEP. Okay. Ano pong eksaktong gamit po nito? Meron pong detalye po ito? Is this a central fund or it's already an itemized expenditure, Mr.
They're
President?
itemized, Your Honor.
And
it is for specific projects such as the rehabilitation of primary roads like the Maharlika Highway, the Nautical Highway, road safety projects. Ganun po yun.
And for the road to be included in the funding of the item, Mr. President, who decided for the inclusion of these specific roads, Mr. President?
Budget call. So, nag-submit siya. It was part of the budget call process, Your Honors. The region submitted and I suppose other stakeholders, departments also.
Okay, yan po yung gusto kong sabihin. Was the Regional Development Council system observed, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. Then the flood management program, Mr. President, from the NEP level, we also increased it by around 9 billion, Mr. President. So now the level is now 203.6 billion or so. What would be, so that's the program, what would be the activities, the description of the activities to be charged to this program, Mr. President?
Well, the focus of the flood control efforts is on major river basins, principal rivers, and their direct tributaries, as these areas are particularly prone to flooding. Additionally, drainage systems often overflow during heavy rain, exacerbating flooding. To address this, the design of flood control structures has been improved from an average 25-year return period to a more robust 50-year return period. And this enhanced design is meant to account for exceptionally heavy rainfall events, offering better protection against flooding, Your Honor.
Dito po sa activity na construction, maintenance of flood mitigation structures and drainage systems, 115.7 billion po ito. How do we determine the specifics of this item, Mr. President?
There's a line item, there are line items, Your Honor. So merong Metro Manila Flood Management Project, Phase 1, that's 3 billion. Flood Risk Management Project for Cagayan de Oro River, Cavite Industrial Area Flood Risk Management Project, Ambal Simoy River and Rio Grande de Mindanao River Flood Project, Pasig Marikina River Channel Improvement Project, Integrated Disaster Risk Reduction and Climate Change Adaptation Measures, Infrastructure Preparation and Innovation Facility, Output 2, Integrated Flood Resilience and Adaptation Project, Parañaque Spillway Construction, Flood Risk Management Project in Cagayan, Tagaloan, and Imus Rivers, among others, Your Honor.
Parang we encounter these areas or river systems year after year, Mr. President. So, ano po ba ito? Are these open-ended plans, Mr. President? Or pag sinabi mo phase 1, from the very start, we know already how many phases there will be and what would be the final cost of the project, Mr. President? Is that how we plan with the DPWH?
Yes, there's a master plan that they're following, Your Honor.
What do you call the master plan, Mr. President? How is it called? Is it published also? Is it available online?
They've not yet published it, but they have the documents with them, Your Honor, for the master plan.
So we're not getting the society involved, Mr. President, by letting them know the master plan for flood mitigation.
The RDCs have given their inputs for all of this, Your Honor.
So RDC process din po ito. Good.
Opo,
It's good.
opo.
Ang problem kasi, Mr. President, is yung pag malaman ng taong bayan natin na 203 billion yung ating flood management program for 2024, I don't know for 2023, magkano yung amount for 2023?
For 2023, it's 182.9 billion rounded off.
Then I'm sure for 2022, nandyan din sa mga 190 billion level.
2022. Ano siya?
So year after year after year, ang laki po ng binubuhos natin sa flood mitigation structures and drainage systems, and yet parang hindi nararamdaman. So if the secretary could explain, siguro there must be a technical reason but di nararamdaman. Dahil siguro we're implementing so many projects on a phase-by-phase basis. And as you know, the people do not feel the impact of the project. How about trying an approach where we finish a project, Mr. President? Don't start another phase 1, but finish a 3-phase project para at least may nagbenepisyo, naramdaman ng isang lugar. I'm conscious of the fact na siyempre if a project affects only, a flood mitigation project affects only a certain area. Wala namang nationwide na isang project kaya nationwide. But how about that approach, Mr. President? Ano lang, para lang na-entertain lang natin na para po maramdaman ng taong bayan yung impact po ng hundreds of billions of pesos that we pour into the problem year after year after year, Mr. President.
It's completed already.
Ano pa ba? Ano ba? Saan pa rin?
There are a number of projects which have already been completed, Your Honor. They're citing the Tagaloan Flood Control Project, Misamis Occidental or Oriental, Misamis Oriental Flood Control Project, among others. So there are completed projects, Your Honor.
Sige, I hope that after a heavy downpour or rainfall, makikita po natin na hindi na po nag-flood sa mga lugar na ito.
Yes, Your Honor. But we're also aware that there's climate change, worsening conditions, weather conditions are due to climate change. And according to them, we're also the world's most disaster-prone country. Yeah.
So, Mr. President, siguro so that we don't go ano na lang on each issue found in the COA report, if the DPWH can just give us their overall plan on addressing the issues raised in COA observations. Pero meron po tayong yung low absorptive capacity po natin. For fiscal years 2020 to 2022, disbursement rate is 47.9%. So, are we ano ba yun? Yung biting more, eh? Where are we biting off more than we can chew, Mr. President? Kasi yung budget ng DPWH, dinadagdagan pa yan, from the DA's budget sa Farm to Market Road and from the DepEd's classroom project ba? Am I correct? So
yes, they're the ones who implement that, Your Honor.
yes, Mr. President. So kumusta? How do we what's the plan? Are we biting off more than we can chew, Mr. President? Are we pouring more resources to the same machinery or machine which can no longer absorb the fuel that we are pouring into it? Nasasayang na lang po.
Your Honor, by way of explanation, yung fiscal year 2020 and 2021, those were COVID years. So, apektado po yung pace of construction. For fiscal year 2022 naman, nabanggit po natin earlier yung 300 billion worth of projects which were not initially or were not validated by the department. So that resulting in the later release and slight delay in the implementation of projects. But there is a catch-up plan by the department to address this low disbursement rate. Number one is to coordinate fully with other government agencies, including, among others, the LGUs and the DNR, including the community and private utilities, to achieve effective and more synchronized implementation of programs and projects. Second is to disqualify and or blacklist contractors involved and initiate the immediate takeover process of terminated projects to facilitate completion of the projects within the project timeframe. The third is to strengthen the monitoring of the status progress of projects implemented by different DPWH offices to ascertain that the strategies adopted are responsive to fast-track the implementation of the projects and to avoid further delays. And fourth is to fast-track the processing of billings that have proper and complete documentation to improve the disbursement rate, Your Honor. These are some of the measures the department is implementing and to improve their implementation, project implementation.
When we blacklist, Mr. President, do we pierce the corporate veil when we blacklist? Or we just blacklist the corporate name? So in effect, the people behind the corporation can just form another corporation?
Ang point, ang next question, ang dali mag-set up ng value company kung hindi nyo black. For single, pero pag corporation.
Yung double entry, hindi mo kasalanan.
If the company is a single proprietorship, they blacklist that person. But with respect to corporations, they don't go past the corporate veil, Your Honor.
So I suggest we improve our blacklisting system, Mr. President.
To include the stockholders.
We should know who are the beneficial owners of the corporate entity that we are blacklisting, Mr. President. Baka.
Yes, it's possible, Your Honor.
Kasi corporate name lang naman yan, but the corporations act through people, Mr. President.
Yes, and I think the SEC also requires corporations to disclose beneficial ownership already nowadays.
Yes, but yung blacklisting kasi, Mr. President, doon ako baka magiging inadequate yun kung that person responsible or that business interest responsible is as other corporations which can still deal with the department, Mr. President.
Yes, we understand fully, Your Honor.
Well, Mr. President, ang lalaki kasi na amounts ng mga na Secretary, yun na lang, in your written response, yung 96.2 billion worth of locally funded projects daw, sabi ng COA, you were not able to efficiently implement due to inadequate planning, detailed engineering, supervision, and monitoring, which resulted in delayed completion and non-implementation thereof. So,
dito po, Your Honor, yung sa 96.2 billion worth of projects raised by COA, they have acted on that and 56 billion have been implemented as of this date with ongoing implementation for the remaining projects to be completed by the end of this year, Your Honor.
madali naman pala 56 billion of the 96 na implement na po. So why did it need COA to prod you, Mr. Secretary?
Kasi 2-year po yung validity natin sa GAA, Your Honor. There's a special provision there. We modified it already from previously it was a strict cash budgeting, and we would just extend the validity of that year's appropriations on a case-to-case basis. But ito, nilagay na natin in anticipation of not only this department, but other departments also failing to meet their obligation and disbursement goals. So that's why, yun. Yung COA kasi is dated as of December 31, 2022, Your Honor. So talagang yun ang resulta. But I remember in previous years, our colleagues also asked that question. Pag tiningin mo talaga yung disbursement and obligation horizon or performance of a department over a 1-year period, it really tends to be on the low side compared to other departments. But if you look at it on a 2-year horizon, which is usually the time horizon in the past based on experience, gumaganda naman ho yung kanilang performance.
Well, thank you for the response, Mr. President. Pero ito kasi, sabi ng COA, due to inadequate planning, detailed engineering, supervision, and monitoring. So, siguro na-focus na ako dun sa detailed engineering. Diba? We need this before we can fund we can fund the project sa DPWH budget?
Yes, Your Honor, that if they had their way, they would really make sure it's all, pero yun nga, medyo may naipasok mga projects in past years na did not undergo that process, Your Honor.
When Congress amends the budget bill, Mr. President, sometimes there are infrastructure proposals din inserted. No? Does the DPWH require that before Congress may amend the budget law and insert an infrastructure project that it should be backed up already by a detailed engineering plan, Mr. President?
They don't do that as a matter of practice, Your Honor.
So what happens?
But I think, I don't know what the practice is in the lower house, but here, dito po sa upper house, I think you're well aware that we require that there's a program of works already done by the department of our...
Is that the equivalent of detailed engineering, the program of works?
Not yet, but it also... Yeah, it's preliminary to the detailed engineering, but it also identifies the location and is at least is an indicative estimate of the details, of the many details of the project, like the location, the cost, among others, Your Honor. So usually, hindi na magkakalayo yung actual cost of the project from that.
From the program, from the estimate from the program of works. Thank you, Mr. President. Well, during the committee hearing, Mr. President, we raised the issue of the double or multiple entries. And then the secretary actually volunteered an amount greater than the amount reflected on my study or in my report, Mr. President. So, siguro I'll just encourage the DPWH to continue the monitoring of what you did for the 2023 to spot the double or multiple entries. And should there be still some of this in the 2024 budget, if you could please report it to us.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kasi sa committee hearings po, mas yung amount na binolunteer mo na total amount, mas malaki pa nga dun sa report ko. So that means you had a better monitoring system, Mr. President.
They'll do that, Mr. President, Your Honor.
So, Mr. President, last year I raised the issue of the collapsing bridges, Mr. President. I'm sure na siguro naaralan ninyo which ones of the bridges I mentioned last year are national bridges under your jurisdiction?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, can we explain the collapse of the, again, it's unfair to let you explain the collapse of the local bridges, but of the national bridges, you already have the explanation, Mr. President.
We're just awaiting the submission, Your Honor.
Ano ito? Ano ito? Ang gastos nito. Palakasan ba ito? Yeah, paano nga nagastos ito?
But most of those which collapsed, if not all, are old bridges, Your Honor. And there was one which collapsed because of overloading, Your Honor.
That was in Pangasinan yung isa, no? The overloading ba? If I'm
Ano yung sa overload? Pangasinan, that's correct,
yeah,
Your Honor.
if I remember correctly.
You're correct, Your Honor.
How about that Bohol Bridge, Mr. President, where even a tourist died? Local? National?
Local bridge, according to them, Your Honor.
Okay. Ang tanong ko, how can the DPWH help prevent the collapse of local bridges? Meron ba tayong, can we think of a way to help our local government units in their maintenance of and the checking of the integrity of the structural integrity of the local bridges, Mr. President?
So who will implement the ILG? They are proposing that there be standardized guidelines for even for local bridges, Your Honor. Design guidelines.
To be issued by the DPWH.
DPWH and perhaps enforced by, if not them, or maybe them in coordination with the ILG, Your Honor.
So, ano pa po to? In the future? Or nagawa na?
Ginawa na daw nila, Mr.
Ah,
Chair.
ginawa na po. Opo. Okay. So I'm glad to hear that. Did you do it in reaction to the collapsing bridges or talagang naisip niyo na pong gawin yan noon pa?
These are just guidelines, Your Honor. They're not the ones who supervise the construction, Your Honor.
Yeah, but once the bridges are already constructed, Mr. President, wala ba tayong program dyan sa DPWH that we also help our LGUs with ocular inspection or a quick engineering assessment of the structural integrity of the bridge, Mr. President?
As the consistent of the technical assistance to the local government.
They can extend technical assistance to the local government units, Your Honor.
Again, Mr. President?
They can extend technical assistance to the local government units.
Will you? Will the department? And beginning when, Mr. President? Kasi I'm only asking this question because ang assumption ko talagang, the best engineers in the land are found in your department. You're the premier engineering and construction arm of the government, Mr. President. So, parang yung expertise ba? I mean, sayang yung expertise kung matulungan din po natin yung LGU. Oh. You still have, unless you don't have the manpower anymore or the budget to do it, Mr. President, if you tell us those are the reasons that
I don't think there is a program for supervision of the LGUs, the local. So in other words, tama ka, wala naman silang pondo for that, Your Honor. And they're saying that the local government units also have their provincial and municipal and city engineers, Your Honor.
Yeah.
So, of course, there's also local autonomy to speak of. So,
yes, pero
baka pagka pinakailaman na ng department, baka sabihin ng LGU ba't nyo kami pinapakialaman, di ba?
Pag humingi po ng assistance, we can do it?
That's not a problem, Your Honor.
Okay.
They're willing to
So,
give it.
under what program will you charge the concomitant budgetary requirement of the assistance to be given, Mr. President?
It's just capacity building assistance, Your Honor.
So, that should fall under one of the programs siguro? Where is it? Which program, Mr. Secretary?
Doon lang sa regular MOE ho nila.
Regular MOE lang. Okay. So, thank you. Well, Mr. President, napakalaking budget po ng DPWH. Kinumpara ko nga sa DepEd, mas malaki pa talaga kayo sa on a per department basis, you're the biggest. Tama po yung Mr. President, no?
I think that's
Sila,
correct. I think you're correct, John.
Sige po. So that's also your responsibility, Mr. Secretary. All that budget is for the office of the Secretary, not for any attached corporation or agency. Sa inyo po yan. So that's a very big responsibility. Pangalagaan niyo po yung amount na yon, 22 billion. Wala pa doon yung papasa ng DepEd, ipapasa ng Agri. So, I have lost track of the amounts from DepEd and Agri, but siguro suma total natin yan. Baka, will it be 1 trillion?
Definitely over 900, Your Honor.
Close to 1 trillion na po. Entrusted by the Filipino people to the Department of Public Works and Highways. So, all I can do is just appeal siguro to the patriotism of the Secretary and the Undersecretaries, the Assistant Secretaries, and all of the personnel in the Department of Public Works and Highways. pangalagaan niyo po yung close to 1 trillion pesos na sa inyo po pinagkatiwala ng Kongreso at ng taong bayan. Baon na tayo sa utang. We don't have really time to lose. We don't have resource. We cannot afford resources to waste, Mr. President. So, sana we get our value for money, Mr. President. Doon sa committee hearings natin, ang sinabi ni Secretary, ang acceptable profit of contractors would be, correct me, Secretary, if I'm wrong, 8 to 10% of the project cost?
Around 10, Your Honor. Around 10.
10% of the project cost would be the reasonable, siguro, even in the private sector, the industry accepted profit of the contractor. Maybe additional administrative costs. Magkano kaya, Secretary?
Maybe 2 to 3.5%, Your Honor. A range of 2 to 3.5%, Your Honor.
2 to 3.5%. Let's take the higher figure na lang po. So 10 plus 3.5%. So, mahina tayo bigla sa mathematics, Mr. President, sa quarter to 12 na. So, meaning to say 86.5% of the project cost goes to the project. Tama po ba yan? Is that the simple understanding, Mr. Secretary?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so I hope, Mr. President, although wala na masyado interesado magtanong sa DPWH, we will still retain our vigilance as the institution with oversight power over the usage of the budget of the DPWH, that we demand that at not less than 86.5% of the budget appropriated for a certain project must go to the project itself. So siguro appeal na lang yun, Mr. Secretary, ladies and gentlemen. Mahirap na itong busisiin yung budget yun, napakalaki, close to 1 trillion because of the transfers pa. So what else can we do but to, trust the DPWH and make this appeal, yet nakabantay pa rin po dapat tayo. Secretary, kung meron bang gusto magsumbong, may takbuhan ba sa loob ng office sa departamento? Yari, meron siyang gustong i-question, may duda siya, kung na 86.5% ba ng project cost ay pumunta sa proyekto? Mr.
Yes, there's a citizens feedback management section, Your Honor. There's a DPWH hotline, a Viber text hotline. There's a website, there's a Facebook page, there's a Twitter account, there's also an email account, Your Honor. So concerned citizens can give their feedback here, Your Honor.
We can get all the details online, Mr. Secretary.
Yes, Your Honor, we can,
Sige
we're
po,
happy to give you.
may mga nakikinig po sa atin.
Opo.
Pero sino po yung mag-entertain ng information? Is it parang nakaseparate ba dapat sa inyo? I mean, or close bodies din po ng lahat. Dapat ito parang internal affairs na police, dapat hindi masyadong close sa chief.
Sinong nandun? Mga taga-dito. Mga engineer.
Concern. Refer po sa
May complete staff for complete staff.
There's a complete staff who attends to these complaints, Your Honor. So,
And who's the head, Mr. Secretary?
Director Del Rosario. Director Del Rosario, Your Honor.
Director Del Rosario. Is he a good friend to everyone, Mr. President? Huh? Dapat hindi. Dapat hindi. Dapat lang, at a professional level, Mr. President.
Well, he's in charge of referring it to the relevant office who can remedy the problem, Your Honor.
Okay. Sige. But yung mga allegations of corruption, kunyari, for example, Mr. Secretary, the same? That's the same. That's the same office you go to?
Sa legal ho. You can do it here, but they will refer to the legal office for study, Your Honor.
Okay, sige. Okay, let's hope the system works, Mr. President, to keep everybody honest and on their toes, Mr. President.
Yes, Your
So
Honor.
medyo, Mr. President, so siguro it's too much for one office to review the budget of the DPWH. So I rest my case, Mr. President. I surrender. So I thank our sponsor for his patience, Mr. President, and thank also thank the DPWH family, and I wish you all the best. Let's be patriotic professionals, Mr. President. Maraming salamat po.
I join you in your appeal, actually, Minority Leader. I join you in your
Surrender.
appeal for good governance and effective governance. And we thank you because you've been working hard since 10 a.m. along with this representation, the Senate President, Senator JV, Senator Risa, Senate Pro Temp Lauren, Majority Leader Joel, Senator Mark has also been here since, former DPWH Secretary has been here since 10 o'clock when we took up the budget of the judiciary. So thank you, distinguished Minority Leader and Deputy Minority Leader.
Yes, Senator Esto.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. While we're waiting for the Majority Leader, also I'd like to ask in the DPWH, with the indulgence of the Chair, it was asked earlier by the Minority Leader to puro sa flood control projects because with the 300 billion, almost 300 billion project budget every year, one can only ask, no? As like our Majority Leader has been asking, yung 1 billion a day, parang hindi pa rin natin nasosolve yung flooding problem, no? Is it because it's been distributed, hindi natin ginagawa high impact projects? And I just like to point out, Your Honor, Mr. President, that I talked already to Secretary Bonoan earlier. This might be a parochial concern, but we have a pumping station in San Juan this station proposed, because this is the last one. No, actually, we had about 5 or 6 that were done in my incumbency as Congressman, Mayor, and it was proven effective. Now, this last one, unfortunately, last year, nairata po ito. Instead of doing the pumping station, naging slow protection, drainage improvement, and so on. And this did not solve the problem. Ang kawawa po rito yung 3 barangays that is left. So I just like to point, just ask for the commitment of the good secretary and the department that hopefully this time around, even with the local government not being friendly to us, but I think this is for the good of the people of San Juan, no? Because it will affect 3 barangays. So sana naman po, I hope that the DPWH this time would implement the projects because people there suffer, no? Your Honor, Mr. President, pag may ulan, it's a basin, for several days, the water remains. It's the last remaining pumping station, no? Beside the river. So this might be a local concern, parochial concern, but I think if this happens in other projects, then probably that's the main reason why our flooding is still here. Again, pointed out by the Majority Leader, with 1 billion a day, 300 billion po yung ating project, budget for flood control, we should already see high impact projects to address this problem, Your Honor. So just pointed out, just want to bring this out, Your Honor, Mr. President. Thank you.
Yes, thank you to our Deputy Majority Leader and Vice Chair. The DPWH commits to help you in San Juan, Your Honor, and not just in the unprogrammed, but also in the programmed fund, Your Honor. Thank you. And also, Senator Grace has been here also since, even if she's very tired from defending the DOTR budget. I failed to mention her earlier, Mr. President. Yeah.
Thank you. And yes, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, may I just make instead of asking questions, I would just make a short manifestation, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. The Deputy Majority Leader made a statement about our findings in the previous hearings we conducted, not only in the budget deliberation of the Department of Public Works and Highways, but also with the hearings conducted by the Committee on Public Works, headed by our colleague, Senator Bong Revilla Jr. Mr. President, we'd like to point out that in my almost 2 decades in the legislation, Mr. President, from the time I was a member of the House up to this time that I am now a member of this august chamber, the Philippine Senate, we have been very supportive of the budget of the Department of Public Works and Highways. And at this point, Mr. President, distinguished colleague, to the chairperson shepherding the budget of DPWH, we'd like to highlight just 2 points, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. First, based on our study of the budget of the department, there are several feasibility studies covering major river basins, as well as studies covering areas near these major river basins. Ang laging pino-point out natin, Ginoong Pangulo, esteemed colleagues, ito ba ay integrated sa isa't isa? Because in the recent flooding that happened this year, this July, the flooding in Bulacan, we cannot emphasize enough the importance of having integrated flood control and management programs. Because addressing flood in one area should not lead to flooding in another area. So in line with this, Mr. President, with the permission of our chairperson of the Senate Committee on Finance, we introduced a special provision in the budget of the Department of Public Works and Highways. And this would expressly state that, and let me quote what we wanted to be placed in the budget, a special provision, in the implementation of infrastructure projects, the DPWH shall consider integrated flood control management approaches to reduce vulnerability and risks. I hope that is acceptable to our esteemed colleagues, especially to the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Finance. Secondly, Mr. President, our feasibility studies should eventually be translated into action. As this representation would again point out, for several years here in the Senate, we have been pushing for integrated flood control programs in our beloved province, the province of Bulacan. But unfortunately, we were told we need a feasibility study. So when we funded a feasibility study for that particular area, it took us more than 2 years, if I'm not mistaken. And when the feasibility study ay natapos, hindi rin naman po nai-implement. And when we asked some of our friends in the department, they were saying kulang pa rin yung feasibility study. So, which is which, Mr. President? So, again, we raised this particular issue during the committee budget hearings of the department, that under the fiscal year 2024 budget of the DPWH, based on the National Expenditure Program level, it has a daily budget, and the good Deputy Majority Leader stated this earlier, that there is a daily budget of 1.018 billion for flood mitigation. And this is not only happening last year, Mr. President. The proposed measure for this year, for this coming fiscal year, is actually the same, Mr. President. The budget is still the same, almost, more than 1 billion every single day. We highlight this, Mr. President, we highlight this as this is a challenge to the agency. We need to utilize our taxpayers' money judiciously and effectively. Thus, we also increase transparency on the reporting of the Department of Public Works and Highways projects by introducing another special provision. And this would require the DPWH, and let me quote the provision that this representation is trying to introduce, to submit quarterly reports on its financial and physical accomplishments, disaggregated per region and per program. And so that, Mr. President, is our humble suggestion. And with the support of our esteemed colleagues, especially with our chairperson of the Senate Committee on Finance, we hope that the leadership of Secretary Manny Bonoan of the DPWH, we can see, Mr. President, significant improvements in the coming year. We thank the gentleman from Aurora for accommodating our request. And I hope, Mr. President, that life would be better in the coming years. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished Majority Leader. Definitely would be very happy to work with the gentleman for both his amendments at the proper time. Thank you. We thank him for that, Your Honor.
We'd like to thank also as well the DPWH. In my trips, in many of our trips, across the countryside, we see a lot of bridges, roads that are built, important structures. And I would like to make mention that at least this year's budget, there's less and less of this controversial rock netting. Diba? And these things that I feel is unnecessary. And I'm happy that the Secretary's budget now is more on what you call these legacy projects of the President na makikita natin from Apari to Holo, in Cagayan de Oro lang, in Mindanao. Ongoing, several projects ongoing, crisscrossing the island of Mindanao. And I believe also in Ilocos and the north and in the central Visayas. So, and also your bridge projects connecting Guimaras, connecting Cavite to Bataan. These are flagship projects that you'll be very, very proud of. So I salute the men and women of the DPWH for their hard work and dedication. Sabi ko nga, basta DP, mabilis. Kaya po, Mr. Sponsor, yung budget ko for the Camiguin Airport, ibibigay ko na sa DPWH. Ay, ibabanggit ko lang, ibibid out na eh. Ganun kabilis sila. Obligate agad. I think that's the best. What they are, they are, how do you call this? They are project-oriented as well as results-oriented. That's why we like the DPWH. There are some bad eggs and some stories that you hear, but overall, ang dami natin nakikitang development in the countryside due to the DPWH. So we salute them. We thank them.
Thank you.
And we support their budget, of course.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. They're very appreciative, and it's very good news to hear, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Majority Leader?
President, the Secretary, we have his full trust, Mr.
As I
President.
mentioned, inside the receiving room, in DPWH, we trust. In DPWH, we trust. Okay, so
I will continue to pray and fast, Mr. President.
for that,
And with that, Mr. President, and there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate and consider the budget of the Department of Public Works and Highways, Office of the Secretary, to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr.
unless the former Secretary of the DPWH wants to say something. Senator Mark Villar. Hindi na. Okay, there being no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, the budget of the DPWH is hereby deemed submitted.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I ask for a minute
Congratulations.
suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended for 1 minute.
Doomed.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. Sabay na. Yeah, together na. Yeah.
Suspend. Bakit?
of the Department of Energy, Office of the Secretary, National Electrification Administration, National Power Corporation, National Electrification Administration, it's the same. Sorry, Madam President. Philippine National Oil Company, Energy Regulatory Commission, and acknowledge the presence of its officials, headed by Secretary Rafael Lutilla. And may I just acknowledge our former colleagues in the House of Reps, former Congressman, now Undersecretary Wimpy Fuentebella, and former Congresswoman, now Undersecretary Sharon Green. And to sponsor the measure, may we recognize the distinguished gentleman from Valenzuela, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, and to interpret our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros. I so move, Madam President.
Thank you. Consideration of the budget of the Department of Energy and its attached agencies is in order. We recognize Senator Sherwin Gatchalian to interpolate Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, it is my honor to present to you the proposed new appropriations of the energy agencies and corporations for fiscal year 2024. For the Department of Energy, Office of the Secretary, the proposed total new appropriations is 1.6 billion pesos. Under the budgetary support to government corporations, the proposed national government support for National Electrification Administration amounts to 2.3 billion pesos, and NG subsidy or national government subsidy for National Power Corporation is 1.3 billion pesos. For the Energy Regulatory Commission, under other executive offices, we propose to increase its total new appropriation to 888 million pesos. And pursuant to Republic Act numbers 7638 or the Department of Energy Act of 1992, the proposed corporate operating budgets of the following DOE attached corporations are submitted for Congress for approval of Congress. National Electrification Administration, 4.6 billion pesos. National Power Corporation, 41 billion pesos. And Philippine National Oil Company, 1.9 billion pesos. Ready to take questions, Mr. President, Madam President.
Thank you, Madam President. Good sponsor. Madam President, the good and able sponsor of the 2024 budget for DOE and the DOE family. I've kept on asking this question during our hearings, and the good sponsor knows this, since the 18th Congress, in the hopes of getting a categorical answer and good news from the DOE family since then on whether a consumer refund will be implemented once NGCP's higher weighted average cost of capital or WACC is reduced and billions of non-transmission O&Ms and development-related expenses are disallowed. Ako na po sigurong pinakamakulit na senador sa katatanong sa bagay na ito kahit wala akong nakukuhang kasagutan noon. Dahil sa paliwanag na hindi pa nagagawa o hindi pa natatapos ang review at rate reset ng 4th RP, kapwa sa transmission at distribution utilities. Ngayon, ay nailabas na ang report at desisyon ng bagong ERC at mabuhay po kayo para dyan, na nagsasabing 10.7% sa halip na 15% o 12.5% ang nararapat na WACC para sa NGCP. Habang ilan naman sa network and non-network related expenses ay disallowed sa ilalim ng 4th RP. Itong dahilan kung bakit sa halip na 387.8 billion pesos sa hinihinging MAR ng NGCP for 2016 to 2020 ay 183.5 billion pesos lamang ang inaprubahan ng ERC. Malinaw dito na may labis-labis sa nasingil o sisingilin pa sa consumers from the 387.8 billion pesos being claimed by NGCP in its application, which could have translated to 77.56 billion pesos annual average of MAR instead of the 36.7 billion pesos as determined by the ERC. Dahil sa partial report na ito ng ERC, ay maaari na ba akong humingi ulit ng kasagutan sa aking katanungan kung magpapatupad ba ng refund ang NGCP? Kung oo ang sagot, magkano ang estimate nito on per kilowatt hour basis at kailan? Good sponsor, Madam President.
Tama ho kayo, Senator Risa, Madam President. May maaga pong Christmas gift ang ERC sa atin. And you're absolutely correct that the initial phase 1 reset yielded to a lower allowable revenues. The NGCP requested 387 billion pesos as their revenues. But the ERC initially already allowed only 183 billion pesos as their allowable revenues in the phase 1. The entire process, both phase 1 and phase 2, will be completed by end of the year. And by that, we will know exactly with finality the allowable revenues that NGCP can collect. But initially, you're correct that there is a 204 billion pesos excess that NGCP is claiming to receive. So the excess will come in the form of two ways, either a refund or a reduction in the rates that they are already charging us. And I conferred with the chairperson of ERC, Chairperson Mona Di Malanta, that the reduction will most likely come in the form of reduction in the rates that they are collecting from us. So in other words, whatever the amount, the over collected amount from the consumers, that will be deducted from the existing rates that they are already collecting from us right now. So, but the final decision will happen by end of the year.
Salamat.
And you're
Sponsor.
sorry for
Yes,
interrupting.
it's all right.
And let me commend the gentle lady from Akbayan, Senator Risa, for, and I bear witness to this, constantly reminding us of the high weighted average cost of capital, the WACC, because the WACC is also one of the building blocks that determines the allowable revenue. And you spotted, you are on spot, or your call to reduce the WACC is very accurate. And in fact, the WACC that ERC determined after the reset is 10.71%. NGCP applied for a 12.15%. So the reduction in WACC will definitely translate into lower allowable revenues that NGCP can collect. So thank you for being persistent since 2018. And I remember every hearing and every budget hearing, you would remind ERC to look at WACC and the prevailing rates and the prevailing situation. And you're absolutely correct that the weighted average cost of capital is significantly lower than what is it now and what NGCP is requesting.
Maraming salamat, good sponsor, Madam Chair, pati para sa sponsors, pagbibigay daan at pagsuporta sa tanong na ito over the past half decade at ngayon sa pagsagot categorically ng ERC. Kaya mabuhay kina Chair Mona Di Malanta para dito. It's always good to hear about a maagang Christmas gift. Ano kaya ang percentage chance na maibibigay ito sa ating mga consumers bilang refund at ano yung percentage chance na maibibigay ito bilang reduction in the rates moving forward? Good sponsor.
But 5%. But most likely it will be a form of reduction. Yeah. And that will be next year.
Next year.
Next year.
Um, I conferred with Chair Mona, and there's a high probability, no, of we will see a reduction of transmission rates being charged to our consumers starting next year.
Is it January?
Hindi kasi
Model?
indication pa. After first quarter.
Second quarter.
And the timing will be most likely second quarter of next year. So again, it's a welcome news to all of us, and our consumers can expect a reduction of transmission rates or transmission charge starting second quarter of 2024.
So kumpara dun sa high probability of reduction beginning second quarter next year, good sponsor, kasi libre namang mangarap, so ilang percent lang yung low probability of a refund, good sponsor. Kahit panimulang pag-aksyon dito sa decision ng partial decision ng NGCP bandang katapusan nitong taon bilang isang sabi nyo nga good sponsor, maagang Christmas gift, pandagdag sa Noche Buena ng mga Pilipinong consumer, kahit pa maaring yung balanse ay sa pamamagitan na ng reduction moving forward. Any low probability kaya yung tatakan ng percentage na may refund ngayong Pasko? Miss good sponsor.
Chair, I again conferred with Chair Mona. The probability of seeing a significant reduction in our transmission charge is quite high. As to how much is the reduction, that's still being calculated, but it will be significant. Right now, we're still in the process of conducting hearings, and they actually requested NGCP and other stakeholders to file their comments, to submit their comments. So all of those will be compiled, and a final decision will happen by end of the year. But definitely with the gap, with the huge gap, 387 as requested by NGCP versus 183 as approved by ERC. That's a gap of about 204 billion. So definitely we will see a significant reduction in our transmission rates. So baka ho hindi Christmas gift, baka Valentine's gift, no? But definitely it will be a gift.
Any gift has value, good sponsor. Pero para talagang ayaw lagyan ng number ng good sponsor yung isang mode na refund. So ibig bang sabihin may decision na actually na walang in the form of refund at talagang siguradong reduction at by second quarter next year? Zero ba yung probability ng refund? Kahit panimulang refund. Kumbaga kung may small fraction nitong 204B ay i-refund sa consumers at larger fraction na ibibigay sa consumers sa pamamagitan ng reduction in future rates.
I was advised by Chair Mona, in terms of administering the reduction, it's easier to administer a reduction of rates. And the reduction of rates will be the equivalent of the gap of that 204 billion gap that was determined. So in other words, whether it's a refund or a reduction in rates, the amount will be the same of amounting to 204 billion. In terms of modality, I was advised that it's easier to reduce the rates. And it's easier to do that. It's easier to monitor, it's easier to apply, and it's either for the regulator to supervise the implementation of that reduction. So the regulator prefers that modality for ease of administration.
I understand, good sponsor, Madam President. Siguro yung kakulitan ko rin lang dito sa tanong na to, tulad ng pangungulit sa WAC, ay dahil syempre tayo, mga tao, parang mas natutuwa tayong makatanggap ng cash psychologically.
Yeah.
Bagamat syempre, na-appreciate din natin, nakakagaan din kung mas mababa na yung babayaran natin sa mga susunod na buwan.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I share
kaya-
the same sentiment with the
Salamat.
gentle lady
Good
from
sponsor.
Akbayan. Talagang
Opo.
kultura na natin pag may na-happy tayo when we get the cash and the
Yes.
refund. No?
Lalo na pag special occasion po, good sponsor, tulad ng Pasko. So I'm not sure kung bibitawan ko na ito, pero for tonight or for this early morning, bibitawan ko muna. Opo. Until I come up with a better
The
idea.
regulator is here and
Opo.
they're listening, and that suggestion of implementing that straight refund
Opo.
can be studied. I'm sure that's another modality that can be studied by the regulator.
Salamat, good sponsor. At sabi nyo naman na yung final decision will be completed rather by the end of the year. At yung reduction or reduction part nitong correction ay sa second quarter. So may panahon pa na magpasok pa ng mga rekomendasyon at feedback yung mga
Correct.
stakeholders.
In fact, they are soliciting comments from the decisions that they made, and this can be part of the submission of comments, and it's the regulator will study all of these suggestions.
Salamat, good sponsor. And I'm sure yung mga energy reform advocates natin probably will have more brilliant ideas about the refund. Lalo na din psychologically maganda siyang confidence building measure of goodwill mula sa ating mga energy authority, sa ating mga consumers na bugbog talaga sa kahirapan, lalo na nitong nakaraang ilang mga taon ng pandemya. So sa pangalawang tanong ko po, good sponsor, Madam President, sa usapin ng windfall profit ng NGCP na nagresulta ng 238 billion pesos payout o cash dividend sa mga investors ng NGCP mula 2008 hanggang 2022. Ayun, parang gusto lang gayahin kung yung investors nila may cash dividend, kaya kinukulit din yung refund dun sa consumers sa WAC. But in any case, kaugnay dito sa windfall profit, may nabanggit si ERC Chair Mona Di Malanta sa kanilang press conference nung nakaraang Webes na, quote, "The ERC only covers regulation on costs and not on profits, which should be covered by windfall tax, which law the country doesn't have." Close quote. Ano po ba ang building blocks ng pag-calculate ng transmission o distribution wheeling rates? Di po ba naaayon sa rules ng ERC na may tatlong components, iyang wheeling rates? Una, OPEX para sa operation and maintenance expenses. Pangalawa, return of capital para ma-recover ang puhunan na inilagak ng mga investors. At pangatlo, return on capital para nasa profit. Tama po ba, good sponsor, itong tatlong building blocks sang-ayon sa rules of setting transmission and distribution wheeling rates ng NGCP? At kung tama, di po ba na sa pangatlong block, yung return on capital, ay kasama sa nire-regulate ng ERC ang profit dahil ito ay kinakalculate galing sa value ng regulatory asset base o RAB at weighted average cost of capital o WACC.
Yeah, there are 4 building blocks in determining the annual revenue requirement. So number 1 is the operating and maintenance expense. Number 2, other taxes. Number 3, return on capital. And then number 4, return of capital, which is depreciation. So on the return on capital, the formula on to determine that is regulatory asset base, which is the asset of NGCP plus cash working capital times the weighted average cost of capital. So the WACC is very important because obviously the bigger the WACC, the bigger the amount. The WACC is determined by several factors, including interest rates around the world and the macroeconomic situation, the current macroeconomic situation. So the asset is determined. Asset is the asset one.
There's asset register study for.
These are actual assets, no? Yeah. The assets are the actual assets of NGCP. And of course, the working capital is the actual cash on hand. No? So in profit is not included in the return on capital,
Okay.
although the WACC is a form of fair return on their capital. So that's the formula on determining the annual revenue requirement.
Salamat, good sponsor, also for bringing to our attention the fourth building block of other pakataas na WACC. Tumaas pa rin yung level ng profit ng mga kumpanya sa kabuuan ng mga siningil sa consumers. At sa katunayan, ang profit o tubo ng NGCP ay 67% ng mga siningil sa atin. Sa kada piso na siningil ng NGCP, 67 centavos napunta sa bulsa bilang tubo. Yung kanilang puhunan at mga operating expenditures ay na-recover din. Galing naman sa 27% ng mga siningil sa consumers. Nais ko lamang i-emphasize, Madam President, good sponsor, na hindi nagkaroon ng windfall profit at mataas na payout ang NGCP kung sa simula pa lamang ay tama na sa mababang level ng WACC ang pinayagan ng ERC noon na singilin sa consumers para sa transmission wheeling services. At hindi rin po totoo na walang magagawa ang ERC sa windfall profit na nangyari na. I say this in good spirits, good sponsor, dahil sa recent decision ng ERC, which was slightly stunning to a lot, and kaya welcome widely, no? Lalo na sa mga consumers. Siyempre, mas nagkaroon ng expectation na dahil na-break yung dating parang pattern ng ERC, ay masusundan pa ng mga mas patas at mutually beneficial din sa consumers na mga polisiya. So, kahit sa windfall profit na nangyari na, namumuo tuloy yung paniniwala or napapatunayan yung paniniwala na may magagawa ang ERC. Kung ito yung kaugnay ng unang tanong ko, kung ipa-refund ng ERC sa lalong madaling panahon ang sobrang tubo, matatapyasan yung payout. Kaya good sponsor, nais ko pong marinig ngayon mula sa chair ng ERC sa pamamagitan ng good sponsor kung magkano at kailan ipare-refund sa consumers yung kanilang napag-alaman na sobrang nasingil ng NGCP sa fourth regulatory period ng 2016 hanggang 2022. Ayun.
Actually,
kasama na po yung 2021 to 2022, good sponsor.
I think the reason why we are seeing profit, no, that windfall profit, as mentioned by good gentle lady from Macbayan, is because the fourth regulatory reset is delayed. No? And the WACC being applied there is higher, no? Which is about 12%. About
15 right now, good
Yeah,
sponsor.
sorry, about 15%. So 15% versus 10% is quite significant.
Yes.
No? And that's why NGCP is operating under an interim allowable revenue, and that enabled them to earn that windfall profit that was mentioned. However, because of this reset, and because there's so many disallowed applications by NGCP on OPEX, on taxes, and also the significant reduction in weighted cost of capital, that windfall profit will now be taken out from the future operations of NGCP. So in other words, just to put it simply, that, for example, that excess 204 billion that was collected, that will be reduced or subtracted from the future operations of NGCP. So we will not see the same windfall profit moving forward in the next few years because that will be taken out from their operations prospectively.
At syempre po, good sponsor, Madam President, iniintay pa natin sa katapusan ng taon yung posible or probable na correction ng NGCP dun sa sobrang ikinolekta sa dalawa pang natirang taon na 2021, 2022 pag nakumpleto na po yung review.
Yeah. Personally, Mr. President, Madam President, I am 100% sure that they will not experience the same windfall profit moving forward because of this reduction in weighted cost of capital and also the disallowed applications of NGCP. So the delay in reset allowed them to experience that. But now I can see that ERC is catching up. In fact, they already started the 5th regulatory reset. And that will end by end of 2024, and that will enable the regulator to catch up and to regulate the reasonable revenues or the allowed revenues that NGCP can retrieve from consumers or can charge the consumers.
Salamat, good sponsor. At maganda na kukumpletuhin yung pakete. Itatama yung rates moving forward para gawing patas at gagawin din yung hustisya para sa nakaraan.
Tama po.
Salamat po, good sponsor, Madam President. Good sponsor, Madam President, base sa 10.7% WACC, pasensya na sa kakulitan ng mga tanong, ganito pa ito talaga namin finormulate. Nais ko pong ipatupad na ang refund. Ngunit, naasahan ko po na magkakaroon pa ng karagdagang refund dahil hindi pa nga po ako kumbinsido sa ginamit na 10.7% galing sa transmission WACC consultant report ng ERC. Meron kasing isa pang report para sa WACC ng mga pribadong distribution utilities. At sa report na yon, ang nirekomendang WACC para sa kanila, yung mga DUs, ang nirekomendang WACC para halimbawa sa Meralco ay 8.27% lamang at yung WACC sa maliliit na DUs ay 10.07%. Nabanggit na rin po ng ERC sa maraming hearings na ang WACC ng transmission utility ay mas mababa kumpara sa WACC ng distribution utilities dahil ang business risks ng transmission ay mas mababa kaysa sa business risks ng distribution. So, naiiwan yung tanong, bakit 10% ang NGCP mataas pa sa DUs? May thoughts po ba, Madam President, ang good sponsor doon sa kabalintunaang iyon?
Yeah, that's a very good point, and I commend the good gentle lady from Akbayan for pointing that out, and I recommend her research on that. Off top, I have to look at the formula that was applied for the distribution utilities, both the major ones and also the minor distribution utilities, and what formula is applied to the transmission operator. But I was made to understand that the transmission for transmission lines, they look at the macroeconomic scenario being transmission assets cover the entire nation. So that's one of the reasons. And another thing is the investment being put out in a transmission project is also quite substantial compared to a distribution project. So initially that is the initially that's the comment that I received from the regulator. However, I also want to personally look at this, and I would want to actually ask for a briefing from the regulator regarding the fourth regulatory reset. I also want to know what other items were disallowed and what other items were being claimed by NGCP. And to include that, we also want to look at the formula that they use to derive the weighted average cost of capital. So we need some time to look at the formula and also analyze the formula. But that's a very good point, and I'm sure that the regulator will take note of the discrepancy between the different WACC applied to different entities. And on a later date, I would like to request from them a very detailed briefing on this matter.
Salamat, good sponsor. At kung maaring makasama itong representation at tiyak ko mga iba pa nating mga kasamang interesado dun sa briefing na iyon. At in aid of yung pagtingin ng good sponsor sa formula or kaugnay yung susunod kung tanong. Pero sabihin ko lamang sa ngayon na yung macroeconomic scenarios, syempre, nag-i-impact din naman sa mga distribution utilities, lalo na yung mga malalaki at historical ang service areas. And fair enough, yung substantial yung investment ng para sa transmission, bagamat may investment din naman yung DUs, and in fairness sa kanila, kailangan tignan din yun. At syempre, matagal na rin nating itinatanong bakit ang NGCP, ang daming mga proyekto na hindi nga ipinatutupad na bahagi ng kanilang franchise agreement. So, sa huling tanong ko na lang ngayong madaling araw, ngayong hating gabi, good sponsor, yung 10, pinili ko na lang yung 4 na pinaka-urgent at yung iba isusumite ko na lang sa good sponsor para posibleng sagutin ng DOE family bago yung period of amendments. So huling tanong na lang para sa hating gabing ito. Napansin natin sa Canlas report na pinanggalingan ng 10.7% ay predicted values ng WACC parameters ang ginamit. Hindi in-adjust ng ERC yung mga parameters gamit ang historical values. Lumalabas na sa claim ng ERC na historical ang pinagbasihan ng kanilang initial determination ay para lamang sa OPEX at yung profit na 67% ang share ay predicted pa rin. So muli, hindi ko maintindihan ang lohika na mag-predict ng WACC parameters kung meron namang historical values. Kasi lumipas na yung mga taong 2016 to 2020, for that matter 2022. So any thoughts po, Madam President, mula sa good sponsor tungkol dito?
The Canlas report.
Because normally.
Okay.
That's a Petron.
But itong 10% is based on his historical values, predicted values. Okay, but the formula
The formula difference.
predicted. Okay, all right. Sorry for the delay.
It's all right, good sponsor.
I was made to understand that the formula is based on predictive values, meaning macroeconomic issues that is forward-looking, and the WACC is based on those different parameters, forward-looking. So that's supposed to be the concept of the weighted average cost of capital. I also need to look at the formula carefully myself. No, I know the concept, but that's part of the briefing that I would like to request from the ERC on the fourth regulatory reset, and that's also one of the items that I want to drill down on. No? The formula that is being used to derive the WACC.
Salamat, good sponsor. Fair enough. Of course, again, in relation to yung tumaas na expectation sa ERC dahil sa magandang pag-break niya sa pattern nung ERC nung nakaraan na naka-frustrate sa marami, eh yun na nga, tumaas yung expectations. At dahil, ang tawag nito, hindi naman kasalanan ng kasalukuyang ERC na na-delay yung mga naunang review, kaya parang nahuhuli sila or natatrap dun sa formula na ginagamit under regular circumstances. Pero medyo espesyal yung mga circumstances sa ngayon. Kaya, ewan ko, may mga experts din naman po sa loob ng ERC, nakapagkonsulta sila sa mga eksperto tulad nina Canlas, at Neri, at Yu, et al. So, baka pwede nilang i-review din yung formula nila at tignan kung paano pwedeng i-factor in doon, hindi lang yung predictive values, pero yung historical values. Of course, in the context of the macroeconomic issues.
In normal circumstance, just to
sponsor.
put it simply, in normal circumstance, the regulated entity, NGCP, will apply for allowable revenues, and it will disclose what investments they will make, what are the operating expenses that it will incur, and government will allow it to recover that plus some profit based on the cost of capital. But for the fourth regulatory reset, it's unusual because it's post review. So in other words, NGCP was allowed to operate under an interim allowable revenue, and then government will now audit or come up with that reset to determine whether NGCP indeed put up that asset, indeed the costs are reasonable, and then the regulator will come up with a determination of what can they recover, or what can they derive as revenue. So it's a unusual circumstance because it's post-audit. In a normal situation, it should be you apply first, and then government will allow you how much you can derive as revenue.
Thank you, good sponsor, and well, maraming salamat sa pagsagot sa mga tanong na ito sa ganitong oras. Yun lamang po yung aking mga tanong ngayong hating gabi. Sasubmit ko sa good sponsor yung iba pang mga tanong para sa pagsagot pa sana nung DOE family at ng ERC. At panghuli, dahil sinabi din ng good sponsor kanina na oo nga, may maagang Christmas gift ang ERC sa ating mga consumers na Pilipino. I believe that gifts deserve exchange gifts, kaya i-reiterate ko lamang dito sa ating plenary yung sentiment na in-express ng marami-rami sa atin nung budget hearing, committee hearing pa lamang, na mag-move po ako, or kung maunang mag-move ang at the proper time, kung maunang mag-move ang good sponsor na i-restore yung ERC budget, ay akin pong susuportahan iyon. In hopes na ipagpapatuloy ng ERC yung kanyang newfound recapturing of it and exercise of its regulatory power. Alang-alang sa fairness sa loob ng industriya, at higit sa lahat, alang-alang sa ating mga mamamayan, yung ating mga consumers. So marami pong salamat, good sponsor, at sa DOE family. Maraming salamat, Madam President.
Thank you. And just to follow up on that, the ERC under the NEP received 641 million pesos, and Congress as well as the Senate increased it to 888 million pesos. So that's an increase of about 200 million pesos. And that will enable them to continue with the reset activities, which is quite expensive and laborious, and but it's essential to the regulatory function of ERC.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, next to interpolate, last but not the least, is no other than our Minority Leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel. I move that he be recognized, Madam President.
Please proceed, Senator
Thank
Pimentel.
you, Madam President. With the permission of our sponsor, and please remind me if I am repeating questions already asked ko. Iwasan ko na po yun para in deference to my professor who is here, the Secretary of the Department of Energy. It's payback time because he gave me a reasonably high grade, Mr. President. Yeah.
And you became #1 in the bar because of it.
Saka, our good friend Sharon is here. She looks very sleepy na kaya medyo we will keep this short and sweet, Mr. President. Siguro mga consumer concerns. I'll approach this like agriculture, no, on commodity demand. What is the national demand for energy, Mr. President?
Demand is 12,000. Can I use this? Ba? Ito, no? Right.
As of the moment, bale. As of today.
This is year to date. This is actual. Okay. The forecasted peak demand for 2023 for this year for Luzon is 13,125 megawatts. For Visayas, it's 2,691 megawatts. And for Mindanao, it's 2,395 megawatts. Ayan pala.
Why?
It's on the screen,
Yes, thank you.
Madam Chair, Madam President.
Okay. Why are we approaching it that way, Mr. President, on an island grouping basis? Why not national demand, Mr. President?
Yeah.
There must be a reason, di ba?
Well, the one reason is Mindanao is not yet connected to Luzon and Visayas. And then number two, the load profile for Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao is also different. No? So the way they compute peak demand is different for island groups. For example, Luzon is mainly industrial, so it has a different load curve as opposed to Visayas, which is predominantly residential. No? So it has a different load
How about
curve.
Mindanao? Predominantly residential. also.
Mindanao is predominantly residential. No? Residential, predominantly
Sige po.
residential.
So yung sa certain hours,
Yeah, certain
hours of the day.
Correct, correct.
What's our installed capacity to generate energy, Mr. President?
Yeah, compare island group. Island. Ito pala. Okay. For this is installed capacity, Madam Chair, for Luzon is 19,757. For Visayas, it's installed capacity, it's 3,972. And in Mindanao, it's 4,570.
4,570.
70.
70.
70.
What's the actual generating capacity? I'm assuming na yung installed does not
Yeah.
really deliver 100%, tama? Okay.
Yeah, because
Sige.
you have, of course, you have maintenance, you have unplanned outages, you have forced outages. So,
Is there a way to compute yung
Yeah.
parang actual, actual, ina-average siguro?
yes,
Opo.
for,
Sige po.
they call it the dependable capacity.
Dependable
This takes
capacity.
into consideration maintenance and other outages.
Opo.
So for example, in Luzon, from 19,000, it will go down to 17,413. Per Visayas, it is 3,335. And then in Mindanao, it's 3,965.
Okay, so given our dependable capacity with our demand for energy, we don't have an energy shortage or unanticipated energy shortage.
Yes, Mr.
We can
President.
say that, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President, I can show the forecast for 2024. We have a slide on that. So for 2024, we don't see any probability of brownouts or load dropping in Luzon. So if you just focus on the red line is the threshold where you will experience load dropping. And then for Visayas, it's also the same. And,
Apa.
where is the Visayas?
Sige po, Mr. President.
Yeah, so Luzon, in short, for Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao will not experience brownouts for 2024.
Okay, that's for looking into the future for 1 year. Pero how do we plan in the Department of Energy? Ano yung mga horizon ng planning natin? 5 years, 10 years? Ano po? Do we project the numbers 5 years into the future?
2015, no?
The latest.
Yeah.
The current is 2020 to
But is it a 10-year or 20-year cycle? 20-year cycle. In the Philippine Energy Plan, it's a 20-year cycle, Madam President. So the forecast on a 20-year cycle, and typically I saw the PEP. It's typically mimics the economic growth of the country. So if the economic growth is about 5-6%, typically the demand will also
The demand for energy
is around 5 to 6%. So it mimics the economic growth of the country.
Sige po, we have to have something to base it on, syempre.
Yeah.
Our renewable energy development program is 140 million sa DOE. Is that correct, Mr. President?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And the plan is to for renewable energy to comprise 35% of the energy mix by 2030, and then ultimately 50% by 2040.
Correct,
So that's
You're right, Mr.
and
President.
that's how we budget the amount for the renewable energy development program.
That's the 140 is for the program,
Okay.
and then the one you mentioned is the target that we plan to achieve, or the country plans to achieve.
So that's kaya nga, so you will now be encouraging the establishment of renewable energy power plants. Ganun.
Correct,
Okay.
Mr. President. Correct.
And you use this amount. This is it. This is the renewable energy development program. Is the budget? No, it's the budget to entice to
promote,
to attract, to promote the
to research,
plan. Okay.
because I've seen this, Madam President, that of course that's our aspirations, but there's so many moving parts in the energy sector. For example, we have to manage intermittency. You have to manage also the transmission lines. You have to manage also different facets of putting up renewable energy. So the 140 will be used for promotion as well as research also, Mr. President. So they also use that fund
Sige
to
po.
determine what are the constraints in order to reach that goal.
Sige po. And nuclear is not considered renewable.
No, Mr.
No.
President.
Okay. So nuclear is a category on its own.
Yes, Mr.
Is there
President.
any news worthy of announcement on the nuclear energy front from the DOE?
So which ones can we pass? We don't have.
But Mr. President, the department is pursuing and exploring the possible use of nuclear power in our energy mix. And they've requested budget since 2018, and that's cumulatively, how much is that?
Per year.
Yeah, it's about 25 million per year, Mr. President. So the latest in that nuclear agenda is to already enact all the necessary laws, especially in creating that regulator that will regulate nuclear power. Also pushing for the treaties that we need to enter into. I understand there are 4 treaties that they are requesting for Congress to look at and going into.
4 treaties?
4 treaties.
Okay,
4
4
treaties. And in the Department of Energy is following the IAEA roadmap in putting up nuclear power, and it's Senator the good honorable
We were together. We were together.
Senator from Cagayan de Oro knows this very well because we were welcomed by IAEA at one point, and we had the briefing on that.
That's
So-
in Vienna, no? In Vienna?
That's
When
in
we were
Vienna. So they're following the process that IAEA prescribed, and there are 19 infrastructure aspects that they need to fulfill, and those aspects are now being
Yes.
attended to by the department.
So there's an amount in the 2024 budget for DOE on the nuclear?
Yes.
And it's 25 million
25
din.
million. Sige. 25 million.
Sige, put it to good use para we can start the national debate. Sana there will be no unilateral action until we have a national debate, Mr. President, para involve yung mga...
Yeah, since
yung
2018,
society.
Mr. President, we already allocated 216 million pesos for research, feasibility study, as well as correspondence with IAEA.
Well, I think that should be enough. In amount and in the period of time, wala pa ba tayong categorical position? So that we can start the debate.
Yes,
we can start the debate. Klaro, anong recommendation na ng DOE?
Yes, actually, there's a national position, and this is when the former president, President Duterte, issued Executive Order 164 entitled Adopting a Nuclear Position on a Nuclear Energy Program and for Other Purposes. So this
Bago
is a
na,
trigger.
Mr. President, bago ng administration. So
They
should
still-
we await the position of this new administration?
The position of the new administration is to honor this national position that was promulgated in 2022.
Okay, and in that plan, is there a timetable? Ano ba yan? That we will start entertaining applications for the construction of nuclear power plants in the Philippines? Nandiyan ba?
They're currently doing the roadmap, and the roadmap will detail all of those items. For example,
Sige.
the siting, the application, the timetable on when the regulator should be put up. All of the details will be spelled out in the roadmap that will be completed by this year, no?
This year.
December of this year.
So we can now say that the Marcos administration is for the adoption of nuclear power generation in the Philippines?
Yes, Mr.
Okay,
President.
so we should start the debate on that front, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. Once the roadmap is completed, we will request for a copy of the roadmap, and that will be the basis of the debate.
Sige po, just to keep matters short na rin, let's go to consumer issues. Kunyari yung biglang nawawalan ng kuryente na walang abiso, who is to blame? Which institution is most likely to blame, and where can the consumers run to complain about this, Mr. President?
No, walang correct.
It's a local government.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like why,
Yeah. If it's a local issue, Mr. President,
Local?
for example, here in Metro Manila, it will be the responsibility of Meralco. For example, if it's an unplanned outage, then the Meralco will be answerable to that. No? But it also depends on the reason.
Saan
It can
pwede
be
tumakbo ang consumer po?
sa Meralco, sa distribution utility nila.
Hindi kasi gobyerno yun eh. Walang gobyernong matakbuhan. Walang...
The other is ERC, the
ERC po
regulator.
ang reklamo dyan.
For reklamo.
So for example, itong biglang nawala ng kuryente ang Iloilo, Capiz, Antique, Aklan, Guimaras at Negros Occidental na walang abiso noong May 2, 2023.
Yeah.
Sino may kasalanan sa pwedeng magreklamo?
Pwede sila magreklamo sa ERC, and that
ERC
particular brownout is caused by transmission lines.
Okay.
So
So you know now who to blame, pero from the point of view ng consumer, hindi naman niya alam yung ano, so
ERC is the
ERC
default.
pa po.
Yeah, ERC is the catch-all
Sige, ERC.
complaint
There
receiver.
will be some fines, penalties, or ano, doon?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. President. And ERC just recently launched their digitalization program, so they can report via online, Mr. President.
Pagtingin ng consumer sa kanyang electric bill, hindi siya makapaniwala sa laki ng halaga, saan siya takbo?
ERC yun, for sure, Mr. President.
Para yung mga gising pang nanonood sa atin, magagamit nila yung mga kaalaman na makukuha nila.
Wala na yata gising, Mr. President. 1 o'clock na.
Magugulat po kayo, marami pa kasi wala namang blackout Mr. President. Ito pong universal charge. Ano po bang basis nito at forever na ba itong babayaran? Meron ba itong hangganan?
Marami yun, di ba? Marami.
Ano ba yung universal charge?
Yeah.
Mission, ito connected sa Missionary.
Wala na yan. Yeah.
Sabi mo,
Yeah. The legal basis for the universal charges or the universal charge is the epira. And there are different types of universal charges, Mr. President. For example, for environment is different. For one of the most substantial and the biggest is for missionary electrification. This universal charge for missionary electrification is being deducted from us here in the on-grid areas to support off-grid electrification. For example, the islands. So that's how it works, Mr. President.
Pero nasa billing yun ng consumer.
Nasa billing ng consumer po.
So most likely forever na yun?
As long as we have off-grid areas and missionary areas, forever na siya, most likely. So the trick there is to, not the trick, but the strategy is to reduce the subsidies being given to off-grid areas. And the DOE has plans to veer away from diesel-powered generators in the off-grid areas because diesel is very expensive. In fact, the National Power Corporation for 2024 will not buy diesel power plants anymore. They will use hybrid so that they can reduce the use of diesels.
So there will, because of our geography, there will always be an off-grid area.
There will always be off-grid areas, Mr. President.
So, and we will always subsidize the electrification of the off-grid because we will give them some small power generating capacity. Ganun ba ba yan?
Correct.
Sige
And
po,
normally these are powered by diesel. So whenever they're powered by gensets, by diesel generators, you have to subsidize them because it's very expensive. And that's where we come in. That's where we come in, and we give that through the universal charges.
Just for the information of the department, we are also looking at the COA findings. Meron mga uncollected fees more than 1 billion. So hindi na natin i-discuss ngayon. Just inform the committee siguro how do we address all of these things, Mr. President. We also look at the COA reports, Mr. President. Meron pang unliquidated release subsidy for electric co-ops. I think more than 1 billion yan. Is that the same? I hope that's not the same. So 2 billion na po kaagad yan. So, Mr. President, you have a missionary electrification program? Ganun po ba? Yun ba yung tawag doon?
Yes, Mr. President.
And that is different from the rural electrification program.
Yes, Mr. President.
Diba? Kasi rural would be on-grid.
On-grid.
Yes, Mr. Okay, Mr. President, the statement of the President himself, President Marcos daw, by the end of his term, he wants 100% household electrification. Siguro, did he refer to on-grid and off-grid?
For both, Mr. President, for both.
Do we have an estimate on the cost to fulfill that promise of the President?
Yeah, 69. Well, Mr. President, I had the chance to be briefed by the new NEA administrator. and the technology that will be used seems feasible, no? Which is solar rooftops. And it will be, the simple concept of this is it's a prepaid solar rooftop. So, and that is already a tested technology by some of our international partners, and they plan to roll it out on a nationwide basis. But of course, it's not without cost, no? Government needs to spend about 69 billion pesos to achieve 100% electrification by 2027.
So this is NEA's responsibility.
This is
Ito.
NEA's responsibility.
Pero sa rural electrification to, pero yung off-grid.
Kasama na rin po
Kasama.
doon. Yeah, kasama na rin po doon sa estimate.
So to help the president fulfill his promise, how much?
69 billion pesos, Mr. President.
Over the next 5 years, Mr.
For the
President?
next 5 years, Mr. President. So we advise NEA that realistically, NEA and the rest of the energy family gets about 3 to 3.5 billion pesos for electrification. So they need to source out the remaining balance from other sources, especially international donors or ODAs, Mr. President.
Oh, for 2024.
For 2024,
Na-
wala pa, Mr. President.
O di ma...
It's only GAA.
Ah?
It's only GAA that will fund it.
How much? 3 billion? As stated by the...
Total?
1.8 for the debt.
Plus 5.
Di-
Plus 5. Yeah, 2.3. It's about 2.3 billion pesos, Mr. President.
Tama po ba yung mathematics natin? Kunyari 69 billion, round off natin ng 70 billion divided by 5. So 14 billion a year. Binibigyan nyo po ng sa GAA ng how much? 1.5?
No, more or less mga 2.5.
2.5. So the challenge to NEA is to raise
About 12 billion.
the 11 to 12 billion.
Correct,
For
Mr.
next year.
President.
Just to...
For NEA and DOE, Mr. President. Yeah.
Does DOE raise funds?
Well, they should help NEA to raise funds, Mr. President.
How does NEA raise funds?
Right now, they can go to the banks. I believe they're also exploring grants and ODAs. I believe that the new administrator has been meeting international funders, Mr. President.
So next year na lang po siguro, you can brief us. Basta tatanungin natin, 14B, kung hindi nagawa, most likely the 2028 target of the president, hindi magawa.
Yeah, the new administration just mentioned, I remember he mentioned this to me when he was briefing me. He already met with World Bank, with other international financing institutions. Definitely, this should be coming from external sources, Mr. President, because our internal fiscal space is not enough to cover that 12 billion balance.
Yeah, we will look at the experience of NEA for the year 2024, come budget cycle 2025, and we will interview you, sir. Ano, kumusta? Sa
Yes, Mr.
the fourth, basta ang alam kong guiding natin, 14 billion to do that year's share of the promise of the president. So tignan natin. So.
Yeah. But the good thing, Mr. President, the technology has been identified. I saw the mapping has already been identified. The strategy to roll it out has already been identified. It's only the funding, Mr. President, so it can be rolled out properly.
And hopefully, baka maging cheaper na yung tail
Hopefully,
technology
Mr.
na yun.
President, hopefully.
Well, anyway, Mr. President, the corporate operating budgets were submitted to our subcommittee because these are required by law, no? Not only because they're asking for subsidy, but required by law yata to sila to submit. So we can go over them if we are interested, no, Mr.
Yes,
President.
that's correct, Mr. President.
So, in the meantime, Mr. President, we wish the energy family all the best, Mr. President. Mabigat din po ang inyong role because chicken and egg yan actually. Akala nyo sumasabay kayo sa ekonomiya pero baka kayo rin ang nagpapalago ng ekonomiya actually. So we wish you all the best, Mr. President. So it's already morning, Mr. President. So a good morning to all of you once again. So thank you everybody.
Thank you to the good minority
Secretary.
leader.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next to interpolate, Mr. President. Just kidding, Mr. President.
Senator Bongo will interpolate.
Senator Bongo is
Ready to interpolate.
relinquishing.
Full support yan.
Mr. President. But may I be allowed to maybe recognize, Mr. President, Senator Bongo to give his manifestation of support, Mr. President. I move
Yes,
that he be
Senator
recognized, Mr. President.
Bongo is
Good
recognized.
morning, Mr. President, esteemed colleagues and honorable members of this August Chamber. I stand to express my staunch support for the budget of Department of Energy. The DOE plays a pivotal role in the electrification of households across the nation, particularly in the far-flung sitios and barangays. This commitment is not just a matter of convenience, but one that directly impacts the lives of our fellow citizens, bringing light to even the remotest corners of our archipelago. Konting ano lang po, hindi to question, no? Paalala lang po sa ating Department of Energy to monitor areas po na yung mga lugar na nakakaroon pa rin po ng brownout. During isa sa mga hearings po ay dininig natin yung brownout sa Samal. And then after the hearing, medyo nabawasan na po yung brownout. Pero still, kahit may konti-konti, yun lang naman po, gusto lang nating paki-check, paki-monitor kung na-comply na po yung mga brownouts. Not only sa Samal, but sa, narinig ko before sa Palawan, meron pa ba? Mindoro, yung mga malalayong lugar na maaaring hindi natin na monitor, yung mga kababayan nating willing naman po magbayad ng tama at sapat, basta mabigyan lang po sila ng maayos na serbisyo dahil bawat brownout, nasisira talaga yung mga appliances nilang pinaghirapan. Malaking bagay po yun sa mga kababayan nating mahihirap na pinagpawisan po nila yung pagbibili ng kanilang appliances. Yun lang po, Mr. President. Full support po ako sa ating Department of Energy. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you to the gentleman from Davao.
Mr. President, ako din full support, Mr. President. Mr. President, just to put on record, we appreciate the services being rendered by our co-government workers from the Office of the Department of Energy. And with that, Mr. President, and there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate and consider the budget of the Department of Energy, Office of the Secretary, budgetary support to government corporations, National Electrification Administration, National Power Corporation, Corporate Operating Budget, National Electrification Administration, National Power Corporation, Philippine National Oil Company, and Energy Regulatory Commission to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
Before I act on the motion, I'd just like to put on record as well that we appreciate what the department has done in trying to listen to the needs of the people, particularly with the ERC. ERC Chairman Mona is doing a great job, a yeoman's job fighting against the current to be able to trim down the prices of electricity for our people. And of course, with the NEA, I see the NEA chief going to different places all around the Philippines to make sure that the cooperatives, electric cooperatives are also put in their proper place and making sure that they're giving efficient service. And the secretary, of course, in looking for ways and means to increase power without increasing electricity. We have our full support. In all our meetings with investors, their concern really is the power, that we still have expensive power. But I know the direction that the president wants us to go will hopefully bring down our power rates. So with that, last but not the least, in today's very long episode of the budget, there being no objection to the motion of the majority floor leader, the budget of the Department of Energy and all its attached agencies, including the ERC, is deemed submitted. Congratulations to the members of the DOE family.
Thank you, Mr. President. We congratulate the DOE family. And with that, Mr. President, may I move, Mr. President, that we suspend the session until 12 noon of Tuesday, November 14, 2023.
Before we do that, I'd just like to put on record and thank the minority floor leader. Time check, 1:27 in the morning. We have with us the minority floor leader. We had earlier Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Senator,
We just had also Senator Lauren Legarda, who just stepped out. Senator Sani Angara, our chairperson. Senator Bongo, and Senator, the majority floor leader. And of course, the sponsor, Senator Sherwin Wing Gatchalian. So with that, session is suspended until 12 noon tomorrow, Tuesday, November 14.